quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together. Courtesy Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development.
The countdown is over. The stage is set for the Odio Gorbaoge International Festival 2026. From Sundays 26 July to Sunday 2nd August, the ancient kingdom of Odi in Bayelsa State invites the world to a week-long celebration of culture, heritage, unity, and entertainment. Come and experience spectacular cultural processions, traditional dances, canoe races, masquerade displays, wrestling contests, football tournaments, boat cruises, beauty pageant, music concert, local delicacies, the world-famous Odi Beach Carnival, and many more exciting attractions featuring celebrities and world-rated artists. Whether you're a son or daughter of Odi, a friend of the kingdom, a tourist, or a lover of African culture, this is your invitation to be part of history. Join us as we celebrate our identity, honor our ancestors, showcase our rich cultural heritage, and promote the unity and progress of Odi Kingdom. Come and enjoy the traditional Odi hospitality. Odio Gorbaoge International Festival 2026, celebrating our heritage, inspiring our future, and building sustainable communities. Date Sunday 26 July to Sunday 2nd August 2026. Venue Odi Kingdom, Kolokma Pokma Local Government Area, Bayelsa State. Don't just hear about it, be there. Professor Epikised Stanley Odisi, Chairman Planning Committee Odio Gorbaoge International Festival 2026. Daubara Johnson Bolo, Secretary Planning Committee Odio Gorbaoge International Festival 2026, announcers.
Good afternoon and welcome to Chat with Naija Live TV. As you know, Chat with Naija Live TV, we always have amazing, well-informed guests to do justice to whatever topic we have on the discussion table. But today we'll be talking about the enduring legacy of King Robert Ibizimo. Yes, that's the king of Owigiri music. Yes, that's him. So today we have a guest. Our guest is Ambassador Honorable Asu Doye. A warm welcome to you, Ambassador.
Yeah,
Doye.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here.
Yes, it's really nice having you. All right, so he's artistically known as Trace Alice, right? And for most persons know his other name or his name before now, Jeffrey Rhino.
Yeah.
I'm correct, right?
Jeffrey Rhino, yeah.
Jeffrey Rhino. He's the Senior Special Assistant on Entertainment to the Governor of Bayelsa State, our very own miracle governor, Senator Doye Diri. And he is also the Director General of the APC Entertainers Forum. Ambassador, I'm sure you're wondering, Ambassador is part of his name. Why is that? That's because he's a United Nations Peace Ambassador.
You're right, yeah.
He's also a youth leader, an entertainer, an administrator, a fashion designer. We're just discussing before the camera came on. What he's wearing is part of it's from your collection,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So he has so much, plenty in one. Jack of all trades, and so far master of everything. It's really nice having you. All right, so he's done a lot when it comes to youth empowerment and cultural development in Bielsa State through public service and his own foundation, the Asu Doye Foundation.
Yeah, Doye Asu Foundation.
Doye Asu Foundation.
Yeah.
All right, so today he joins us to reflect on the life, music, and enduring legacy of the late King Robert Ebizimo, whose contribution continue to shape the identity of music, Ijaw music, and the culture of the Ijaw people. All right, so quickly, let's get straight into it.
Yeah.
About King Robert Ebizimo, he's remembered as the King of Owigri and the Numepere, right? That's what does it translate in English?
It's king.
Okay, king.
Tere is king.
Okay.
And the Mupere one of the John nation to the world. Mupere.
Oh, that's
King
that.
Robert Ebizimo. There is some also address him as King Dr. Robert Ebizimo.
Okay,
Doctor
there's a
of music.
doc.
Doctor of
Oh, Doctor
Owigri.
of Music. Oh,
Doctor of Owigri and High Life Music. So that's all about him.
okay. So let's hear from you, from your own perspective. What do you feel made him gain such extraordinary recognition? You were just listing the titles. Oh, he is known as the King of Music, the Doctor of Music, and all of that. What do you believe made him earn such extraordinary title?
Most times when you listen to King Robert Ebizimo music up to date, you suddenly have these goosebumps coming out of you by listening to his music.
Okay.
His music has a lot of common sense. He's a common sense singer. It sings about the future. A lot of things that are happening today, King Robert Ebizimo sang about it. His music is exceptional. It's great. He's a borner of a lot of other Owigri geographical terrain. Decided to keep his legacy going on by all his contributions. A lot of good things that has come into good things that has come into the Naija Delta. Through music, he was able to speak for the young people. Through music, he was able to defend the young people. Through music, he was able to send messages to the federal government for the dividends and also the what they all used to call it 13% derivation funds support and all that. A lot of things he sang about, which today we are all enjoying. But today he's no more with us, so we decided to keep his legacy going on every year by doing a memorial day for him. King Robert Ebizimo is a project of the John nation, and there are a lot of things coming up, not just a Remembrance Day.
Wonderful. So as Senior Special Assistant on Entertainment, you have already assessed King Robert Ebizimo's contribution to the growth and global recognition of his jaw music.
Yeah.
That's quite applaudable, so to say. So let's look at beyond this memorial. Okay, you said it's annual. We're supposed to expect it coming every year.
Yeah, I am the one doing the Yenagua part of it. We have two parts.
Okay.
The Yenagua part is done by me every 28th of July. We normally celebrate the Yenagua part of it, and after celebrating in the Yenagua, because it's not everyone that will be able to drive to Angalabri to do that,
Yes.
probably get an accommodation, because most times the accommodation has even filled up there and there's no way to get accommodation there. So a lot of persons wants to attend the Yenagua one. Then those who have a lot of time to drive down to want to attend to, they also go down to the village one. The village one comes up on the 31st of 30th to 31st of this July.
Okay.
So after this 28th celebration at Aridov poolside, we're all going to the village on the 31st to celebrate in the entire John nation. People are coming all the way from different parts of the world to come down to Angalabri community to also celebrate the legacies of King Robert Ebisimo. That's what's happening every year.
They will start to
Beautiful.
beg.
That's an interesting one to note. So now, one of King Robert's greatest strength was his ability to preserve Ijaw history,
Yes.
traditions, and language through music, of course.
Yeah.
And how important is it for today's artists to continue promoting indigenous culture in their music?
It is very, very important to every musician. If you are from any part of the country, for you to promote your tribe, you need to sing in your language. The Igbo people sings in their language. Today they are global stars. The young people
doubt
sings
about that.
yes, the young people sings about their music, their language. Today they are globally known. The Yoruba people do so, and the Hausa people do so. So it's a cultural preservation part of every language speaking person in the country. You understand me? It promotes culture by you fusing your language with English to also give out to the world to hear. So those are the constant things that he has been doing with the language here. And there are a lot of Owigri musicians who have also been able to adapt his pattern of music. Because some sing Owigri music mainly, and others fuse it with Owigri and high life music, because they were the first general creators of this whole thing from the Ijaw aspect of it in the Niger Delta generation. We also have Professor Ike Belemo, which King Robert Ebisimo respects a lot. He calls him his elder brother in the game most times and all that. He respects him a lot. So these are persons who all coined this whole thing, the Owigri and high life, to be able to stand it today that everyone is operating on. I, as a secular musical artist, I fuse Ijaw language with English into my music because King Robert Ebisimo impacted my music down to my soul. So I didn't even learn how to sing in I don't know. The thing came out like it touched me. Like most times I tell people, music is a spiritual thing. It's different from every other entertainment field. It's spiritual. The music comes spiritual. So most of the times I want to sing, I don't even write my songs. It comes from the spirit and I sing about it. So every music King Robert Ebisimo dropped in this entire world, it's spiritual. When you listen to it, there's this feeling it gives you.
You had mentioned earlier that it does give
there's a feeling.
goosebumps.
And the lyrics, the common sense in it, the patterning, the way he breaks it down seamlessly, very nice. So I think it's beyond just a music orator, but he should be an idol this time. So that's it.
Okay, that's quite an interesting one. You mentioned that music is you are a musician, so you are saying music is spiritual.
It's spiritual, 100% spiritual.
So are you saying that you've never actually sat down to write lyrics? It just comes and
it comes
record.
like it comes.
How does it work for you?
Most persons say you want to write a song. Let me just make it clear to you. For example, you want to write a song. It comes inside your spirit. So it's what is in your memory and your spirit that you write. You understand me? So those who are even writing this, they write it from their spirit. The moment after then they'll forget that music, they can't write it again. It's like a window that comes into you and you start writing. For we, like Timaya said, that Timaya and some other people, even Thames used to say, it comes like a spirit in her heart, and she would start freestyling or recording it in the phone, and she will now start recording it instead of going to write about it.
Okay.
So it is a first-hand spirit that comes in you and you start singing it. So most persons who are singing from the spirit, when you listen to their song, there's this touching goosebump part of it that comes in.
Relate better
and all that. So that's how it is.
So as a musician, you're saying that musicians immediately it comes, get your phone and record yourself.
Yeah, you record yourself, the paper, you write about it.
Because after that moment, it will vanish.
Yeah, there are a lot of persons who also look around on activities or what is happening around them. Like some persons tells a story about what happened. You understand? So they also write a story about a song, and they also lay it down. While going to record it in the studio, some other inspiration comes in. So they fuse the both together and be able to deliver something nice for people. So some persons also write stories about the music happenings, what is happening in the country, maybe bad governance or good governance, what has maybe a massacre, whatever, betrayal. A lot of persons sing about it. So that's how it is.
All right. I mean, we're talking about King Robert Ibizimo, who is a musician, Numupere one of Ijo land. Okay, yes.
To the world, yeah.
To the world. Thank you. So yes, we have to. There's need for us to talk about music and the spirituality aspect of it. Considering that when we listen to a song, for most persons who understand the language and even the ones that don't, to be honest, I don't exactly understand Ijo, but at some point I'm able to relate. I'm able to feel the music. So. Away from that, you are one who works closely with the government. You are an SSA on entertainment. King Robert Ibizimo is an entertainer. How would you assess how well he's been celebrated? Do you believe there's more that should be done? Stakeholders should do more. Maybe a museum, maybe a statue of him beyond just the annual celebration.
There are two things that has been on my mind for a very long time. We need to have a statue of King Robert Ibizimo at the airport. We need to have a statue of King Robert Ibizimo in Yenagoa. We need to have King Robert Ibizimo statue at Sagbama Junction.
Are you from Sagbama?
I'm not from Sagbama. I'm from Alibri under the Keremo local government area.
Oh, okay.
We need to have a statue there so that when passer-by driving in the east-west road, they can be able to see, that's King Robert Ibizimo statue. It will make a lot of sense, and people will feel that, this guy is an idol to Ijaw Nation, so he's everywhere. It just not here. It should be in River State, it should be in Delta State, it should be in Ondo State.
Ijaw speaking areas.
Every areas of the Niger Delta, because you see this King Robert Ibizimo Remembrance Day that we're doing every year is the entire Ijaw Nation that contributes to this celebration.
Oh wow!
Yes, the entire Ijaw Nation, the Bayelsa State government, Governor Doye Diri, and his deputy Pastor Peter Akpe are also doing it every year to make their contributions known as the first piloters of the King Robert Ibizimo Remembrance Day every year. And I just wanted to also give kudos to all meaningful and great men and great daughters and people who have contributed so much in the King Robert Ibizimo Remembrance Day project, from the Delta angle to the Pondis to Tompolos to NDDC to Amnesty Office, to everywhere that has been individually, to King Asare Dokubo and the rest, to a lot of them, Teke and the rest, who are also in their own way doing
what
one
they
or
can
two.
do.
They can to be able to keep the name King Robert Ibizimo going on. The Kestin Pundis, the Tare Pundis, to a lot of them that has been doing it. We want to also use this museum to also thank them that you keep promoting the name King Robert Ibizimo, because his music is common sense to all of us in the Niger Delta geographical terrain. King Robert Ibizimo, a lot of Ogre musicians have been able to come out from King Robert Ibizimo's band. A lot of them.
He's a kingmaker, no doubt about that.
Some played instruments, some were backup singers. There are lots of persons who have come out from him, and most of them who are reigning right now in this part of the Ijaw Nation. Is you mentioned someone like Dr. Alfred Izoimbi, who is doing a lot of shows and moving from one place. I think he's even playing today's IYC inauguration right now. You understand? He also gave birth through his band, gave birth to King Perama, who is the present king of Ogre music. So King Perama also, these are popular persons with a lot of persons out there. You understand? So these were people that came out from King Robert Ibizimo, and Dr. Alfred J. King has been able to keep his name going on and also promoting his name everywhere he goes.
All right. So you have consistently advocated for the growth of Bielsa's entertainment industry.
Yes.
It's part of your job, and so far you've been doing good. We must commend you for that. Away from that, what policies or initiatives do you believe are needed to better support local musicians and other creative talents in and from Bielsa?
If I am to speak with the government 101, there are a lot of things that we will definitely discuss. A lot of things that we will discuss, because the growth of the entertainment industry is also a way of curbing peace in the society, where we are engaging youths not to involve themselves on social devices in the society, and to stay away from crime. Because one thing I believe, I keep preaching, is talent and handwork is a plus to education. A lot of persons graduate from the university, they don't have white collar job. Presently now, it's even more hard to get jobs. It's through connections and all that. So is it that you fend with your talent, or is that you fend with an handwork? With your handwork. If you don't do that, you are going to be useless in the society. Most of our youths today, because they are lonely, they are not being engaged, they don't have means of survival or how to survive. I don't graduate from school, what will I do now? They involve themselves in drugs, they involve themselves in stealing, they involve themselves in pipeline vandalizing, crude oil theft and all that, just to survive. That's because the society has not been able, the government and the society of Nigeria has not been able to engage them properly. So if there's a medium for me to see how entertainment will help a lot of youths, because entertainment is a very big brown sector, and every family has musicians or entertainer.
No doubt about that.
You have this church sector, the church institute, a lot of persons singing there. We also have the traditional music. We also have jazz, dance, people who are playing instruments, actors, comedians, and all the persons. So for you to form a very good way to empower these people and engage them properly year to year, it will also reduce the crime rate in the society. So if I am to tell the governor, who is working so hard to see how Bielsa becomes a very busy business center by connecting roads across every senatorial districts of the state, and the internal roads and the cumbersome work he's doing around, I just want to also praise him and give him kudos. We need to have an entertainment trust fund signed by the House of Assembly into the yearly budgets of the state government. In this way, we can be able to streamline events that will be done yearly, which will engage youth. We'll also have, in that same fund, we can also bring out fund to support people who are going for talent hunt. You know, Bielsans has won a lot of talent hunt out there in Nigeria, both in music, in multinational dancehall, in music talent hunt, in the idols and all that. You know, so if that is done, people who are going to talent hunt will be able to do that. Then we'll also have some trainings for people to see how you can go into content creation, and probably train them and give them the needed equipment to be able to do their content creation. With that, they are also creating wealth for themselves. For the musicians, they can have maybe a music school or a production company that can, for them to be able to come record their songs and teach them how to market their songs, because in music you will need money to be able to push your career.
To stay in business.
Yeah, so in this we can say, okay, every year in the 3 senatorial districts we will be sponsoring maybe 5 or probably 10, which is like 30 persons a year. We will be definitely engaged. For the content creation, that's for comedians. We also have, in this institute, we can also have a dance academy. A lot of persons want their kids to learn how to play instrument. We have some few private music schools in town here. But if we have a government one, it will be a medium where the government can also come in 6 or 7 months or 1 year. They can be able to see under-range certificate to graduates. If they don't have the white collar job, you give them, there should be skill that will engage them to do that. I know a lot of persons who need money to buy some equipment to see how they can make content and make money. So there are a lot of ways to do in the entertainment sector that will help the youth and the people that are in the entertainment sector, which can also attract tourism and also revenue back to the government.
Really wise words there. Our senior special assistant on entertainment, Bayelsa State, to the Bayelsa State government. So, finally, as we remember King Robert Ebizimo, what message would you like to leave to the young musicians and the people of Bayelsa on preserving our culture while embracing innovation and global opportunities?
I will advise them that they should keep doing what they are doing. That youths and people, that they should believe in their talent and handwork. That they should keep promoting the culture and the heritage of the Ijaw music, the Ijaw language out there. And also want to use this medium to tell parents out there in all over the world and present in Nigeria to learn teach their children how to speak Ijaw. Making them to speak Ijaw also promotes our language out there. Making them to sing in Ijaw also promotes our language. That we should not play with our culture. Whatever cultural activities that will promote our language and our people and keep our heritage, we should guide them jealously and also keep promoting them. And whatsoever all over the world, keep promoting the Ijaw culture, keep promoting, representing the Ijaw out there, and keep singing in Ijaw. And whatever you do, don't relent, don't give up. They say, we'll give up. So you keep doing what you have to be doing. God first in everything you do. Have faith that you definitely make it. Put the hard work and don't relent. Keep pushing the Ijaw nation to the map. That's what I will give to them
as the final words. Thank you so much, Honorable Ambassador Doye Asu, the Prince of Ijaw Nation. Your titles are too much, and we can't even argue that. People, I believe all these titles are given to you by people,
right?
Given
to, like, the Prince of Ijaw Nation was given to by people. Sometimes maybe your aura, your steez, or what you do will make people to say
it warrants the name.
I be Prince of Ijaw Nation.
Okay.
It comes easily like that. For example, when King Robert Ebizimo was made the Numupere of Ijaw Nation to the world, when he was made Numupere, in few times when I was small, we used to go to his occasions, and people would say, Robert Numube Belebo me. It means like Robert music too sweet. Enter my soul. The confession.
Yeah.
There's this cold whenever he sings. There's this ghost bomb that comes out, that lands in the people's body. They keep talking about it. So that's where the thing started from. From there, I remember when King Robert Ebizimo was playing for, I think, this student union. I think in the whole Naija Delta, unionism, student unionism, thereabout. I think so. He plays for them. I think they also gave him an award as the king of Ijaw music. And different other persons. I believe the Ijaw traditional rulers, I believe the Hindseas who were in the Hindseas, the IYCs, they were different persons. So at the end of the day, they not gathered and give him this undisputed king of Uyghur music in the Ijaw Nation to the world. So
I believe there are still more titles that were yet to find out.
There are a lot of titles. He is a king maker. He has made a lot of persons. I know when he was reigning, the only person that didn't come out from him, that was reigning very well, I think they said he even applauded him, was Barrister Smooth. Barrister Smooth did not come out from anyone. He came out on his own, and I was small then when I heard King Robert Ebizimo was telling him that you are popular. You're popular, like, cause your music is going, and you didn't even come out from anywhere. Like, no one brought you out. Like, you didn't pass through any training from anywhere. You came out on your own. So those were some of the things he said to Barrister Smooth. So the Ijaw Nation has really, and Barrister Smooth and every one of them respects him as his elder colleague, and everyone respects him. So his name is unique. He is unique when it comes to Wigri and our life music.
Okay, we can't.
Aside Professor Ike Billiam, his music is unique.
We can't wait to gather for the annual celebration, the one you're doing in Yenagoa.
Yes.
That's what's the date again?
28th of July at Arido Poolside. We have 15 tables. We have free drinks. And,
oh wow!
So everyone should come in peace. Come celebrate the legacies of King Robert Ebizimo, who his music keep living on. See, today when you listen to King Robert Ebizimo music, it seems like
it's a timeless music. Actually,
it's still fresh, and people were thinking it's a new music. So his music is timeless, just like you've said. So come out in mass, tell a friend, tell a brother, tell a sister, both in Naija Live TV here, the best TV station in Bayelsa State.
Oh, our
all of
flowers!
you should come out and celebrate King Robert Ebizimo. I know the entire Ijaw nation all over the world will be there to celebrate him in the Yenagoa part of it and in the village. And in the village is 31st at Angalabri community. So,
all right. Thank you.
Thank you
so
very much.
Thank you so much. I've had it's been an interesting conversation with you. I'm not going to lie. And I see why you're a United States peace ambassador. You keep mentioning peace. Peace is actually priceless. And
peace is priceless. And Governor Doediri and Pastor Peter Akbe are promoters of peace in Bayelsa State. Bayelsa is the most peaceful state in the whole country right now. So every person that are out there in the entertainment and the tourism sector, come and invest in Bayelsa. Bayelsa is moving and is booming. We have a lot of tourism and entertainment sector that they can invest on. Come and invest. Peace is here, and thank you to Governor Doediri. Thank you to Pastor Peter Akbe, and also Naija Live TV. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for honoring the invite. So you all, that's for today on Chats with Naija Live TV. Our guest has been Honorable Ambassador Doye Asu, the Senior Special Assistant to the Bayelsa State Government on Entertainment. He's also a United States Peace Ambassador, fashion designer, youth leader. There's a lot. Please, you all do well to stay glued to Naija Live TV as we keep you updated with interesting conversations, news updates, current affairs programs. But just stay locked to Naija Live TV. My name is Babi Paru, and thank you for watching.
The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doye Duri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, they can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Hello there, you're watching Chats with Naija Live TV. My name is Babi Mparu. As you know, Naija Live TV always brings you Chats with Naija Live TV, where we have amazing guests, well-informed guests to do justice to whatever topic of discussion. For today, we will be looking at building a stronger Bayelsa through empowerment. And our guest for today is Ekemini Odo. He's He's the project lead of Empower Bielsa Conference and Awards, an initiative dedicated to promoting empowerment, recognizing excellence, and inspiring positive change across Bielsa State. As the project lead, he is at the forefront of bringing together leaders, professionals, entrepreneurs, youths, and community stakeholders to celebrate outstanding achievements while fostering ideas that drive sustainable development. So today he joins us to discuss the vision behind the Empower Bielsa Conference and Awards, its impact on the people of Bielsa, and how empowerment can contribute to building a stronger and more prosperous state. Our guest, you're very much welcome to chat with Naija Live TV.
Thank you very much, and I must commend the management of Naija Live TV. You guys have an amazing space here.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for all you're doing. It's good to be here.
Thank you. It's really nice having you. So, I got your name, the pronunciation of your name, right? Ekemini.
80%.
80%.
At least I should keep the 20%. You know.
So it's actually 100, but you just don't want to make me. So it's fine. It's fine.
I'll let it slide. Yeah.
Yeah. So I hear you're certified. You're the certified project manager.
Oh, yes,
CPM.
I'm a certified project manager.
What's that about?
Okay, that simply means that you have a license from the federal government via the Ministry of Trade to be able to handle projects, right? So as a matter of fact, there's something called the Chartered Institute of Project Management of Nigeria.
Okay.
Normally, it should be that every project should have a certified project manager to ensure that we reduce the amount of failed projects. Research shows that we have over billions of dollars that has gone to waste from failed projects, abandoned projects in Nigeria. So the CIPM is trying to drive a revolution where we can reduce the number of failed projects because we have professionals who understand timeline, quality, quantity, and of course timing when it has to do with projects.
So you're part of those professionals.
I'm just one of the persons in that school of thought.
All right, it's really interesting having you.
Thank you.
Look forward to a very interactive, educative, informative, and entertaining session with you.
You're leading, so.
All right, so to begin, what is the Empower Bielsa Conference and Awards, and what inspired the creation of this initiative?
Okay, so for us, the vision is quite simple: is inspiring Bielsa growth. Now, we've been around for about 3 years. This is about the 4th edition we've been around. But I'll tell you a bit of a story how we got there. You also asked about what inspired it. We were inspired from a very personal story.
Okay.
You know, I got into Bielsa State first as a core member over a decade ago, and then I decided for so many reasons to stay back. But so that I don't bore you, I've been at gunpoint about 3 times in my life. One of it was around Tombia, one of it was around a Repa Road, right?
Whoa,
the third one was in a tricycle. So I remember on that last occasion, I told myself, you know what? These boys that robbed me, they will not see this time next year. You know those prayers we pray in church, very powerful prayer.
As you've taken my stuff, you've taken my problems.
Exactly.
And all that.
So immediately I said that. My spirit prompted me to say, what if that young boy's father is lying lifeless in a hospital? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not supporting it, but I'm just telling you what I heard. What if that young man's father is lying lifeless in a hospital and he just needs to sell this phone of yours for that life because the hospital has told him if you don't pay, we're not going to attend to your dad. It's a phone, you'll buy another one. The next question I'll ask you is, what have you done to ensure that there are young people who genuinely need an opportunity, need a platform, need mind transformation, want to be part of a community that inspires them to be better? And I was like, oh, that's true. I've not done anything. That's how Empower Bielsa came. And it might interest you to know that ever since we started doing what we do around giving back, I have never seen problem. I've traveled on the road and I'll see, oh, people are shooting gun. It happens either before I come or after I leave.
Oh, wonderful.
I have never been stranded. So for us, beyond the fact is give back, beyond the fact is CSR, is an assignment. I had a big mentor I walked up to some years back and I said, sir, please, can you sponsor Empower Bielsa? He said, that should be the job of government. You need empowerment. So come and tell me of a business that will support you, but leave people. And what I tried to explain to him that for me, it's not that. For me, it's something that has been like my own security budget. Because you see, you might have money, but you can't tell how long you will live.
Is it very true? Yeah.
You might have a lot of money. You can have all the security in the world, but if you're going to die, you're going to die.
Sadly.
So sometimes when God gives you an assignment, it's beyond how much you have. It's beyond where you are. So that is the emotional part of what inspired Empower by Elsa. But as we got along, we now began to see other reasons why we should be more committed to it. Reasons like helping inspire entrepreneurs. Reasons like giving people an opportunity to learn new things, because there is something called environmental conditioning. It means that the people you have around you, the environment you find yourself, will regulate what you become. So that means that if you're very intelligent and you're surrounded by 6 foolish people, by context, you're going to become foolish.
Sadly, yes.
So it also means that if you're a young man and you're surrounded with 5 guys that smoke, it's only a matter of time you're probably going to start smoking. If you're a pretty lady and you're surrounded with 5 ladies that believe that lifestyle is about trading what you have to get what you want, is a matter of time. Someday when you get into a challenge, the only option you will think about is how to use what I have to get what I want. So in that same context, it means that if you are surrounded by people who are thinking business, thinking effective leadership, thinking how to add value to society, thinking how to build capacity for themselves, it's only a matter of time you will begin to think that way. So that's why Empower by Elsa Conference and Awards came. We want to have an environment, a platform, a community of people who inspire one another to become the best version of themselves.
That sounds like a very intriguing reason to kickstart such initiative. Kudos to you and your team. So we hear that this year's theme for the event is building a stronger Bielsa through empowerment. What does this theme mean? I mean, it's English, it's a sentence, but let's hear from you. You're the lead convener of the event. So let's hear from you. What's the theme about? Break it down to us.
Okay, so that theme you called is the longer version of the theme. Let me bring the shorter version. The shorter version is the New Age Revolution.
The New Age Revolution.
The New Age Revolution.
Okay.
Right? Now, when you look at how life evolved, you see there were a time where our parents were mostly farmers. They moved in to become hunters. We moved into the industrial age. Right? We moved into the internet age. Now we are in the artificial intelligence age. So what that means that even if you are in tech and you don't see how to embrace artificial intelligence into what you're doing, is only a function of time. People are going to be faster than you, because today people use simple prompts to do things that would have taken people days to do.
Very true, yeah.
I was talking to the volunteers, because we was already beginning to train our volunteers, and I told them, see, if all you do is graphics design, you're going to start losing clients. Yes, you're still going to be in business, but only for people that want huge
professional design.
There are certain people that they are not really interested. They just want to pass an information.
Thank you.
So if they can use ChatGPT or Grok AI or Canva AI, they'll push out those contents in no time. So you're going to lose about 40% of your client. So there's a downside to artificial intelligence. It's sad, people don't want to act, but it's the truth. And AI is already here. In Dubai, people are already using, you go to restaurants in Dubai, robots are already serving food. So if all your job you've been doing this life is moving from one new restaurant in Yenagoa to the other, get ready, because machines are going to replace you.
They're going to replace you.
If all you do is walking from one gas station to the other, get ready. There are going to be pumps that you just go slot in money and refill your fuel, and off you go. So the question is, what would you now be doing? Right? And now, when we talk about empowerment, unfortunately, people always think empowerment is just about cash. But why we are more interested in human empowerment is this. Irrespective of the infrastructure you have, irrespective of the technology you have, you will still need humans to be at the operating side of it. People are celebrating the turbine that the government is doing. People are celebrating the secretariat that is coming up. The question is, who is going to maintain it?
Humans.
If the humans don't have the mental upgrade, they're not built the capacity to understand that as much as we are interested in building, maintaining is also more important. Give it time, it will fade. And if you check very well, most of the facilities in Nigeria, I'm not saying Bielsa alone now, we've had a challenge of maintenance. And you know what that tells us? We lack people in the service who have an improved maintenance culture. So when we talk about human empowerment, it's beyond money, it's also mindset. It's also beginning to make them understand that excellence is supposed to be the bare minimum. Right? So our theme for this year is to make people understand that, one, we are in the artificial intelligence age, and whatever you do, you must find yourself to position yourself around a community that helps you stay relevant. And in the new age, community is going to be more important than commodity. I'm going to explain. In the new age, who and where you belong is going to be more important than what you can do. Because artificial intelligence is almost going to give everybody a level playing ground. So the question is, do I trust the content I'm seeing, or I'm going to buy into that product because of who is selling it to me? Right now, people are already doing AI movies. People are already producing music with artificial intelligence.
And they're selling.
And they are selling.
Yes.
So, what is going to be more important is that I say, I just want to see Davido, not because of what he's singing. Because people are already beginning to produce beats that are better than what people are doing in the studio. So at that point, it won't be the beats, it will be the person behind the beats. So that's the kind of conversations we want to have. And for the awards, we want to encourage people who are contributing to women and youth empowerment over the years, and also encourage and inspire others to follow suit. So that's what we're trying to achieve, and we hope that we have the support of Biosans to keep it running.
No, right. Having said that, empowerment can mean different things to different people.
Yeah.
Right. So from your perspective, what areas of empowerment should receive the greatest attention in Bielsa State?
Human empowerment. You know, it's sad, but it's the truth. It's not really what government really needs to do is enabling environment and what I call hedging. I'll explain. Hedging simply means that, for instance, Naija Live TV, you're doing some amazing job. And I say, okay, Naija Live TV, with what you're doing, what can we do? I see that you have about maybe 6-7 staff. What can we do to support you so that you can employ 20 Bielsans from 7? Why? Because that helps you. When you want to scale in business, what you need is different from someone that wants to start. But unfortunately, someone that hasn't proven that doesn't have a proof of concept for business tells you that what they need is money. No, that person doesn't need money. That person needs knowledge. Knowledge is the first form of wealth creation. So, when we are talking about human empowerment, we also begin to think, what do our schools look like? Are the schools conducive enough for people to actually learn and come out and think well? Because learning is not just about who is teaching, it's also about the environment that you are learning. So we ask ourselves, do we have schools that we can beat our chest and say that when people enter that classroom and come out, they are inspired to think enough. Or they're already thinking, lecturer, can you finish it? Let me get out of here. So empowerment means so many things, but primarily the area I think deserves much more, right, is human capacity development and an enabling conducive environment for people to think and express themselves. I'll give you a practical example. I had a discussion with some guys that wanted to come in and invest seriously in Bielsa. They wanted to invest around real estate. But you know what the challenge was? Are we certain of getting a land that doesn't have litigation issues? Because I don't want to put money and I hear that the family sold the land to 10 people. So what that means is that for those kind of persons, empowerment for them would mean that government has policies in place, or government says, you know what, we have this area and this area that if you are ready, we can give you C of O. And they will bring their money. So for those guys, they don't need government money. So that is it. And then there are some other guys that are saying, you know what, if we have power, we can build factories, which is why I commend the government for what they are doing with power. And I hope that God gives them the wisdom to perfect it.
Continue
so,
as well,
like you shared, empowerment means many things. But for the common man, I don't like to use the word common man, but for the bare minimum, it has to do with an environment where Bielsans can think and feel better about themselves and not have inferiority complex. I tell you, a lot of people I've seen, a lot of young people I've mentored or that have worked with me as volunteers, if you take them outside to Port Harcourt, they feel intimidated. Because exposure is part of education. So that is why I miss the days we used to have amazing festivals and events that brought people into Bielsa.
People from afar.
Because sometimes it also helps your talents to rub shoulders with other talents. It begins to make them play on the same stage, right? I miss the days that when I was in school, we used to have excursions. Excursions should be a normal thing for universities because exposure is almost much more important. Let me tell you what the rich do. I'm sure you know some rich people, supposedly, allegedly, as the case may be.
Okay.
How many of your children are in Bielsa? By percentage?
Say 40%.
But then
they do visit.
Let me show you this.
They visit Bielsa.
The real concept of schooling was not based in the curriculum. The real concept of schooling was for networking. When you work hard, you make a living. When you work smart, you become comfortable. But it is only through networking that wealth is built. The rich people you really know send their children to schools where they can meet children of other rich people, because it is now they begin to build friendship. By the time in the next 10 years, this one is a governor, this one is a senator, they can
you
call.
can rub shoulders.
So if your father could not
together.
send you to Harvard or to a school in UK or to a big school in Abuja, where do you start from? So it's beyond money. So there are some people that all we need to do for them is expose their minds.
And but for the exposure, you need money to travel.
That's
now.
what I'm saying.
Money still comes
Empowerment
in.
means a lot of things. Sometimes it's not. Maybe a Ministry of Transport can just say, okay, partner with the Blue Economy, whatever. We'll provide a bus. We're just taking some CEOs or entrepreneurs to go for a particular conference that is coming up in Port Harcourt. Get them there to see how entrepreneurs in Port Harcourt are doing, entrepreneurs in Abuja are doing. So what I'm trying to say is everybody, their meaning of empowerment is different. But for somebody that is hungry, for that person, the only empowerment you can give him is food to eat. So you understand? Because an hungry person cannot think well.
Very true.
Right?
Maybe feed them first before you imbibe whatever knowledge.
Exactly. So for us in Empower by Elsa, we are still trying to study these things. It's actually a school. It's a marathon. And for this year, like I said, we want to have conversations to know what is empowerment for each person. Because you must give people bespoke solutions for their lives to be better.
Okay.
And it's not something we think we can do alone. We are open to all the support, all the partnerships, all the contributions, all the suggestions to help us come up with programs. Suggest programs, of course, to also agencies, so that they can build something that people need, not what they think people need. Another challenge we've had over time with empowerment programs is people just sit on top and decide programs and think that they need sewing machine. Who told you we need sewing machine? So we need to also create a platform where people can come and dialogue on what we think we need. That's where Empower by Elsa is going. If it's going to take us 3 years, we're going to get there. We want to become a platform where whatever you pick from that place, when you develop a policy with it, when you develop a program with it, it can really impact lives positively.
All right. Having said that, I mean, you're answering so many questions at the same time. You're really giving me. You're not even allowing me to ask you, because you're very interesting. No, I'm commending you. You're doing really great. Many conferences are criticized as for just being talk shops, and people gather and do a lot of talking, but with little real impact. What makes Empower by Elsa different, and how will you measure success beyond the event?
Okay, so I'm going to just drop one, and I'll leave the rest for people to come and find out at the conference, right?
Okay.
This year's Empower by Elsa Conference and Awards, we're going to be launching the first ever Empower by Elsa Cooperative. Okay. Because like what you said, we did an analysis, and we discovered that there's been lots of conferences.
No doubt about that.
Lots. People get excited in the vibes. They are excited. They take pictures and selfies. Next year they come back.
They come again. After the event, what's the impact?
Next? We've also been there. We've been doing a lot of we try, we keep trying, and each year we learn and improve. So watch this. What the Empower by Elsa Cooperative is going to do is this. Of course, it's going to be a membership community, and every membership community has rules and regulations. It also has benefits. One of the key things will be accountability.
All right.
Nobody or business can grow without accountability.
No doubt about that.
I talk to my team every day, and I say, you see me as I am. I have people in my life that I've gone to tell them, sir, I knelt down, bought wine, say, sir, please, if for any reason, any day, you see I post something, or I say something, or I do something you think is not good, sir, please call me. If it's a post, I'll take it down. If it's someone I need to apologize to, I'll apologize. Why? If you know you want to go far in life, money has power. Power has power. I'll explain. When you have an office, don't you have friends that were nothing? They now give them one AC. You can't even call. They become untouchable.
I
even have someone say, Prince, pray that when God gives us office, we work together. Today you'll be looking for them.
But what if it's because they get occupied?
They were not prepared for power. No, it's not. They were not prepared. They were not prepared, because you know what? Power should not make you forget people that have seen your nakedness. Because they're the same people that can look you in the eye and say, bro, you're messing up. Every other person that comes around you is just coming to see what they can get. But people that have seen your nakedness are the ones that tell you, boy, I don't really, there's a time you didn't need to give me money, but I'm telling you that you're not trying. But unfortunately, when you're not prepared for power, you now begin to get offended. So I know I am going to be great when I don't know, but I know I'm on the path, right? But this is it. Empower Bayelsa Cooperative is going to build an accountability structure. It's going to help us track progress. And it's not going to be for everybody. It's going to be for serious-minded people, because I'll tell you this. Sometimes it's not the giver's problem, it's the receiver.
Okay.
So, I'll give you a practical example. If you gather 10 persons in this room now and share an idea that will help them to become better, or tell them to read a book, I bet you only 3 will read the book out of 10. We can try
I can't argue that,
We can try
because it's exhausting to read books for most persons.
But
so.
the truth is that I've discovered everybody you admire as a billionaire has gone through the school of study. Either studying a book thoroughly or studying someone. For example, the Igbos, the apprenticeship, is studying someone's life for 7 years. Knowing where your boss buys products, knowing how he keeps records, knowing how he does sales and expenses. 7 years, and after that they'll settle you. Because people think that school and study is only academic. No, it's not only going to end you. So anybody that succeeds, you must go through that. So I've recruited people for organizations. They go to work the first 1 week, the next week they say they can't go again. So whose fault is that? Nobody's fault. So there are people. That's why the Bible said the poor you will always have amongst you. But the only thing I tell my mentees is that God did not add your name to it. When they said the poor you will always have amongst you, they didn't say,
don't specify who the poor
they didn't add Barbie to it, they didn't add Prince, they didn't add anybody. It is you that will allow your name to be there. It also said there will be vessels unto honor and some unto dishonor. You choose where to tag your name. Me, I've added my own name. Unfortunately, a lot of people that bear honorable, there's nothing honorable about them. But that's a tough one. Because honor has nothing to do with office. Honor is a personality thing. You don't need to have an office to be honorable. You just need to have values that you hold so high and be very, very intentional about treating people right, because you must treat people the way you want to be treated.
All right. Let's look at some more things here. You see, the conference you mentioned, it's going to recognize individuals and organizations that have been making meaningful contributions to society.
Yeah. Right.
So what criteria are used in selecting award recipients, like the receivers of the awards, and why is recognizing excellence so important? You know, some persons will just know, this person is doing it, okay. Why is recognizing excellence so important to Empower Bayelsa project? Why is it like that for you all?
If you ask my team, I've never thought of awards. I've never thought of we have never thought of anything awards.
Okay, so this started.
So I'm going to tell you
year?
what inspired. Yes, this is the first edition of the awards.
Okay.
The conference has been there.
But then the awards just okay.
Last edition of Empower Bayelsa, we paid a courtesy visit to the former DGov of blessed memory.
Okay.
In that meeting, he called, I think, about 7 to 8 commissioners to listen to our presentation. Yeah, listen to this. We've never actually had government give us money or anything for Empower Bayelsa. It's been us and God and partners. So that was the first time we're very close to getting government to say, this is amazing. Like I said, government needs to just hedge sometimes. We see what you have been doing. Let's make it bigger. That's actually the work of it. It's not like the government will come and beg you and spoon feed you from start. They should see that you are interested. They should see that you are serious. And they come and just scale it for you.
Yes.
So, but unfortunately, the commissioner he handed us over to bring a memo. Till today, is still writing the memo. And that's okay. But this is what happened.
Are you sure that's okay?
No, that's okay, because it's their business.
It's all right. It's all right.
So because, like I said, maybe if it was a party, they would have written the memo. Maybe because it's this way, I don't know. But that's another thing. But now this is it. So because of that, I was like, we just wrote normal letter. You mean a deputy governor can send for people he does not know? Because we don't know. I'm not a politician. Nobody in my team is a politician. So I've always heard that your face show your shoe. They say your face show. Well, our face has not shown anywhere. We just do what we do. And he was so serious. Imagine there's one particular commissioner was shouting for, why are you not here? I'm waiting for, come here, we're having a presentation. Long story short, when we heard of the news of his passing on, Facebook went on fire. I was in Abuja and my heart bled. I just was writing, he was such a good person. Oh, what are the women going to do? And I'm like, so this man is this good and nobody was saying anything. So now he has
passed on.
So now it dawned on us that oftentimes we don't celebrate people when they are alive enough. Your father is living in the village, does not have a roof over your head or his head. The day your father passes on, you go and build a house because you're expecting your friends in the village. Is that what it's supposed to be? So it now becomes that your wealth is just for show off, not for impact. If your wealth is for impact, when your father and your mother was alive, you would have given them a comfortable house to live.
You would have done all of that.
But because maybe you even want to use better to raise money, I don't know. Or maybe the community has told you must build. You now go and build a big mansion and do decoration and spend millions, multi-millions. And that person, that your parent, your father, your mother never felt your presence. You never celebrated them. And that's when we said, wait, there are possibly other people like that in their little way, who have been good in one way or the other, who have impacted life. They don't need to do anything for us directly. Most of the people who are nominating have not done anything for us. None. We allow the public to nominate them. Let us say, you are doing so well at your capacity. We see what you're doing. Thank you. Keep doing it.
So we
That's the concept of empowerment. So the mission is to celebrate and encourage people who are doing a bid to contribute to youth empowerment, women empowerment, and the state advancement. Okay. And also inspire others to follow suit.
All right. So what are like the categories for the awards? What are a few names?
So we're going to have two categories. We have the appreciation and honorary part, which is not voted for. Those ones are going to come by surprise. Okay. We have the parts that are voted for. So for the voting categories, we had Face of Hope. Face of Hope is basically for people who in their own capacity are doing something that is giving hope to others, inspiring others. We have the most empowering events of the year. You talked about plenty conferences.
Plenty.
So now we want Biosans to tell us which of the plenty events really empowered them. Okay. So we had a lot of nominees on that as well. We now have we have Ministry of the Year. That one has caused a lot of problems. I've been receiving calls. I said, please, nobody should call my life.
What are you calling to say that you shouldn't do ministry or
no? The ministry is not church.
No, like you mean the Ministry of Agriculture.
They should wait for next edition. Next edition is very brutal. Empowerment is going to help people accountable. So now, this is what we are doing. Okay. Let us know if that ministry that you are a commissioner, if you are doing anything to empower people. So let us, what are the programs that your ministry is doing? You are Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Women, Ministry of Trade and Investment. What programs and initiatives have you launched as a commissioner? Can we stop always dragging the governor? Everything governor. Yes. We are commissioners. So we are saying that we as Biosans, we are watching what you are doing in your ministry. So that possibly, maybe what will be happening now is when the next governor comes, when we vote you 3 times and you are nowhere, maybe they should fire you and bring someone else for second term.
Now I see why you've been getting the calls. I see why you've been getting the calls.
Maybe that's why they don't want to support us, and it's okay. God will do us. We'll just gather and eat granite and we are fine, and we'll do our part. That's it. So one of the interesting things we've also done is that people we nominated, most of them were trying as much as we can to not, like now, we went to see Commissioner for Women Affairs, went to see Commissioner for ICT. We didn't ask any of them for money. It's intentional. So it won't be like, we hear things like if we collect money and give award, we hear those things a lot. People want to support, fine, but it's better even comes after the event if you want to. So it's intentional because when God gives you an office or a platform, it's to add value. Do you just think about it? Imagine that all the commissioners were active. Do you know where Bayelsa will be? Let's leave governor now.
So you're saying all the commissioners in Bayelsa State are not active?
That's not what I said, though.
I'm saying imagine that if they are active.
Imagine that, for example. Oh God. Help me.
Amen. God, help please help us. CPM.
Let me ask you a question. There is a Ministry of Water Resources.
Yes, there is a Ministry of Water Resources.
Because somebody asked me, so I'm just asking me too. I don't know, and the person asked, "What is the work of the Ministry of Water Resources?"
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't. So I'm just saying. For example, I don't know what their work is.
Oh, please. So in your view, what are the biggest challenges limiting empowerment as sustainable development in Bayelsa?
So it's two ways, right? For everything to work in a place, there's a leadership issue and there's a followership issue.
All right.
And I'll explain. For example, let's say Mr. President. Let me jump. I don't want to say governor.
We've mentioning
in case I say something that is somehow, at least before president will look for this small boy, it's too plenty.
You think so?
Let me tell you something. Let's imagine as Mr. President is.
Okay.
He can sign a policy and it passes through maybe a particular ministry and it keeps trickling down. The greatest challenge of leadership sometimes is not leadership. The greatest challenge sometimes of leadership is a cabinet. So, what I think the greatest challenge of empowerment is a common vision.
We lack that.
We lack a common vision. You know that sometimes people being together does not mean they are a team. There's a difference between a crowd and a team. For 50 of us to be in a room doesn't mean we're going the same direction. I might just say, Babi is going, let me just follow, then I will drop at Okaka. But Babi is going to Tombia. But because I know that Babi will pass through Okaka, I just join and say, Babi, I'm for you. When I get to Tombia, I jump off.
You jump off and
the challenge sometimes is that the leader thinks he has, but he does not. Some of them are not loyal. So why? Because if you are loyal, when your leader gives you a mandate, you follow it to full
follow
course.
it, true.
If you wait that your leader comes back to ask you, I had told you to treat this matter, you did not treat it, then you are not loyal. You should follow it 300%.
So are we somehow bringing in the commissioner that did not take the deputy governor's?
No, I've left that.
You've left, but
we don't.
You're saying that
I'm saying generally the challenge of empowerment, right? So, and then let's come to the people. There is something you can't take away from empowerment or from programs, and that's a part of compensation. It's something people don't like to talk about, and it's very practical. If I become a governor tomorrow, and let's say, Babi, you were good to me at some point in my life, I might want to just give you an office. There's nothing anybody can do about it.
I'm good right now, so you can still.
There's nothing anybody can do about it. It's the same thing in politics. If people stood by a particular leader and he became something, it's normal to want to see how to compensate them. But the only thing we are saying is, compensation should not be more than competence.
Not
mix compensation inside competence.
You should be sure that this person can deliver first.
It's not even that tough. Let me show you something. So if I want to help you, let's say I want to give you a contract when I become governor of Akwa Ibom, you know.
Okay.
And I want to give you a contract. I want to give you road construction contract. And you know nothing about road. You are just someone that loves media and loves snapping pictures. One of the best ways I can help you is get a company that knows how to do construction. But I'll give the contract in your name. But it must be that person that will do it.
Yes, because the person has competence. The person can.
But I compensated you. Then, if we're building a team, let's say we want to give grants to businesses. If you carry 100 names, you have slots of 100 names, and you pack 100 persons that none of them has done business because they sit for you by election, you will fail. But you can carry 80 competent people already doing business. Carry 20 and compensate. If the 20 say fail, you have 80. So the challenge most times of our empowerment programs is that the people we are compensating are more than people that are competent. So you finish sharing the sewing machine because they are not interested. They sell it. Okay.
While we were talking, you reminded me. Said when you become governor of Akwa Ibom, you're not a Bayelsan. Why? I understand you're a core member here in Bayelsa State. Are you doing the same project in Akwa Ibom, or
are you saying I should start it in Akwa Ibom?
No, I'm asking you. I want to know why you love Bayelsa so much to give Bayelsans this platform. Is it that whenever you have this event, you send automatic invites to your people in Akwa Ibom State to come down? How does it work?
Okay, so interestingly, I don't even know why. But like I told you, it was an assignment. You know, the thing with assignment and God is you don't understand it sometimes. But a lot of people are saying I should begin to do the same thing in my state of origin. But in my
because they might be mad at you that he's our
no, I've actually gotten calls. Like the commissioner of power currently is my friend from Akwa Ibom Cycle Boys. Until they worry you. But the truth about it is this: if I don't hear, I don't move. Right? Okay. I'm very intentional because when you send yourself, you will suffer very well.
If you don't hear, you don't move. So you're saying spiritual call. Yeah, who is talking to you?
But I don't hear the one that said me say it is time. But I think it's close. We'll go there. So
it's a spiritual voice. Ooh, where are you getting the?
Let me tell you something.
The call from
life is more spiritual than physical.
It's okay.
See, in this life,
I had another guest earlier today, and he mentioned the same spiritual thing. But
you must hold something.
Yeah.
But me, I'm very straight. Hold the one that works for you. If juju is working for you, hold it well.
Hold it.
If God is working, hold it well. Me, I probably have not tried juju before. So my own, if I were to recommend, is God, right? But if you know the one, no problem. We don't have a problem. We can still do business and do everything. But why I like my own is that even in the times I know I err, there are no consequences like that. But I've seen the one that you have consequences and you run mad. So, so I'm just saying. So, but then I just believe that we need to get to a point where we can do things because it's the right thing to do, not basically because we are from the place. But then I am now Bayelsan by association. I've done over a decade now.
Are you married?
I'm here.
You're married to Bayelsan.
People are saying they want to get me a wife on my birthday. My birthday is actually Friday as well. So people are saying as birthday gift they'll give me a wife at the conference.
Bayelsan, one aviary like that or
so but then I'm not married yet. And when it's time, I'm sure God will do it.
why I was asking about the marriage, I'm not threatening. I'm just asking in case maybe your wife is Bayelsa or your girlfriend or somebody. So
I'm beginning to ask God. Maybe that's why I'm still in Bayelsa. I don't know.
But there should be a reason.
But if I marry a Bayelsa, I'll just enter politics.
It's all right. It's all right. About the Empower Bayelsa Conference and Awards. You said you've been doing it for 3 years now.
This is the 4th edition.
This is the 4th edition. Where do you see it in the next? Let's give it 5 years. So you're not even if you start the Akwa Ibom branch, you're not going to abandon Bayelsa.
No, as a matter of fact, we are structuring. So Empower Bayelsa is going to run without me, without the founders. We're structuring it to become an institution. That's why the cooperative is coming. There's going to be board members and also it will run. We're going to be on, like I said, I'll share a lot of things at the conference. We're going to even go into housing and a lot of programs via the Empower Bayelsa Cooperative. So it's going to be a community built by Bayelsans for Bayelsans. And we're going to be appointing a leader who is a Bayelsan that will run it. I'll just be on the board and advise.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, so where do you see Empower Bayelsa in the next 5 years?
In the next 5 years, we should have moved to Empower Bayelsa Towers.
Okay.
I envision a secretariat. I envision a tower where everything I've talked about is possible from exposure. Imagine having an empowerment tower where people can walk in, maybe have a pool at the rooftop where when they walk and they are tired, they just go on, play PS4, interact, walk around building their mobile apps. We're going to be building solutions for Bayelsa and stuff. For example, at the conference, let me give another secret. We're going to be showcasing, 2 people are going to pitch ideas. One is a mobile app, one is a web app. The web app is going to be a web app that is supposed to become the biggest empowerment management platform in Africa. We're going to be test running it that day, and you're going to see how it works. We're also going to be pitching, someone is pitching an idea for food. Yes, there are similar brands already, but this one was built by Empower Bayelsa, and it's called Food Basket. It's an app you can also Food Basket from Food Basket.
From Food Basket, okay.
From Food Basket.
You'll shorten it to make it sound Gen Z-ish.
Someone is going to be showcasing. So that's what we want to do. Real solutions based on the problems that we have, right? And then there are other things that will come as we go. Once the cooperative approves, we can fund it or raise funding or solicit for funding, and we keep driving. And the interesting thing is that the web app that we are building, as a Bayelsan, if you have a business idea, you can go there and raise donations for your business idea. Once people come on the website and see that your idea is going to donate to you, but you must be a member of the cooperative. And these are credible infrastructures we are trying to put that will run as an institution. So that's why I said that things like that, what we expect is government says, okay, you're doing well. Let's see how to support big time programmers to support them. So let's scale it and make it authentic. That's what it should be. Yeah. Oh, wow. So in the next 5 years, we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to have an estate that's going to be powered by Empower Bayelsa. We are also unveiling what we call Bayelsa Real Estate Hub on that day. And the Bayelsa Real Estate Hub is a subsidiary of the Empower Bayelsa Cooperative, and it's going to drive to ensure that we can help young entrepreneurs and professionals and even civil servants to begin to drive towards affordable land ownership.
Sounds really, really, really encouraging. Good luck from us at Naija Live TV. We'll be here to document the progress. We'll be here to, we can be your official media team.
We'll be glad.
Yeah, so when does the conference come up again? Let's get the date, the venue, and the time.
Okay, so the venue or the date, first of all, is July 24, 2026. And the simple way to remind it is just say 247, 24th of July. So it's easy to remember my birthday. You know, when you just say 247, 24th of July, a king.
Oh yes, that's your birthday.
This year falls on my birthday. It's the first time it has happened. Okay. It's the first time the conference is falling on my birthday. Probably my team is just trying to be very strategic to set me up.
Oh,
because they perceive that I'm about to go to national assignment, so they just want to. Yeah, because we need to also begin to do this in other places. We've served Bayelsa for years now. We test run the first ever Bayelsa Christmas Festival as a 2018. We've done Youth Arise Project. We've done Bayelsa Young Leaders Converge. We've done Vote Right Campaign. We've done several programs serving Bayelsa from the day I was a copper till today. It's been over 10, maybe about 14 years there.
Quite encouraging. So is it you're doing this as a divine assignment, or is there something else you're looking to gaining?
I don't think there is nothing, because if I was from here, I would have said I want to contest for election, but I'm not from here. So maybe, like you said, I should be doing it in Akwa Ibom if I wanted to be governor.
No, I'm not saying you should be. You should. You can do it in Akwa Ibom as well, but Bayelsa and Akwa Ibom, not that you'd abandon.
No, we're not abandoning
the
Bayelsa.
state.
Bayelsa will even run. Bayelsa is mature enough to run. I see David and all of them. I've told them they need to make the mistakes, and we allow them make and grow. Because you know the real thing about leadership. If you are just there, you won't allow others to grow.
Yes.
You need to allow people to grow. So sometimes you need to step aside for them to learn and fail and learn and fail and become
Relearn,
better. Because the real concept of leadership is not to
learning.
raise followers, but it's to raise other leaders. So I'm looking forward to having 4, 5, 6 young people. We have a lot to do that can lead Bielsa Real Estate Hub. We even have Bielsa Food Hub. I forgot to mention. Last edition, we had United Nations support us, and we partnered. We also worked with the Office of the First Lady. We set up the first ever Bielsa Food Hub. It's somewhere opposite Manshare. We should host you guys. David, remind me. Let's host them one of these days.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
there's a facility for food processing for women and young people. So you can go there, learn how to process fish, learn how to process pap, process ugu leaves, dehydrate it for export standard.
This is mind-blowing.
I mean, a physical structure. So that's why I'm saying we're not just a conference. We are building infrastructure. So now, Bielsa Food Hub is set. Is live. It's not audio. We're going to make you visit it. Now we're launching Bielsa Real Estate Hub, and we're already in talks for our first estate. We're discussing with the family. Okay. The only thing, for example, we wish we can have from government is, number one, government should help us. When we get the land, let them help us make CFO easier. And we can drive investors into Bielsa. They are investors. They just want to be sure the land is safe.
The land is
and
safe.
The only way that we can drive investment to Bielsa is not just through government. It's infrastructure. People have money. People want to feel that their money is safe. And we hope that after now, if we can have that access, and governor says, what do you guys want to say? Give us land to sell to investors. Give us CFO for those lands. And that way, even the government will make monies from the fees and all. That's how to drive development. Visitors need to come in. Visitors must see that there's infrastructure. Or maybe government, can you help us open road to where that estate is? So that we can say, okay, these lands are supposed to be 3 million. The government will subsidize it for civil servants. We spread the money for them. Because we need to begin to think of when they retire. These are some things I feel that in these few months that the governor has, it's not still too late. And that's the kind of conversations we want to drive, that the practical things. We were not doing plenty talk that day. So, and everything we do, we're going to document it and see how to send it to the appropriate quarters or the ministries in charge and all.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned yourself and your team went on a courtesy visit to some commissioners, women affairs, and some of those persons. So the meeting, what was it about?
Just
mainly?
for them to attend.
Okay, an invite.
So we wish we can see every commissioner that can should just come and attend, and so just we don't need money. Don't give us money.
You don't need money.
Don't give us money. Come and attend first. When you attend, you want to give us money, you can, but don't give us money first. Come. So it won't be like it's your money we're looking for. Because people always feel like everybody. Come on, see. One thing God has taught me. Thank God for. I have 2 men of God in my life that has taught me how to abase and abound. One is Pastor Maokolo of Redeem,
okay,
and one is Dr. Daddy A.B. Terry of the Refined People's Assembly, which is called my current pastor.
All right.
I can drink Gary for 1 month and maintain my pride. And anybody that wants to build an amazing vision or a business, one thing you shouldn't lack in your house is bag of Gary, sweet Gary. Chew it and be sure it's sweet.
So Gary and sugar,
and that is why God did not allow stomach to
Gary?
be show glass, because your stomach was show glass. Now I don't know if I just wait till I talk. So my point is, we're not really putting money first. If you want to support, fine, but because one of the commissioners say, this thing come late, we for life support. I say, oh God, leave them. Some of them feel bad that they can't give us money. So just come and hear what the people are saying, because how do you make policies without knowing what the people need?
Yeah, true. So
we're saying,
makes sense.
What do you tell the governor at the SEC meeting? Because your job should be to carry these things to him and have evidence. Okay, the last conference that happened, see what they said is on news.
Yeah,
this is it. So
we were able to interact with basic Bielsans. We're able to interact with Bielsans. So I was asking the venue. Okay, you told me 247 is 247
is the date. So the venue is the auditorium of the Refined People's Assembly.
Okay,
right. It's at Opolo Market Road, beside the Etekoki Memorial Hospital. Right, and I can assure you, the ambience is giving us Abuja standard ambience. So you want to be there. Get ready to snap good pictures. Get ready to come with your writing materials. Get ready to network. And if I could give someone an expo, invest in yourself for that conference. Come in your best dress, your Christmas dress. If you're a guy, shave properly, like line your hair, iron your trousers to stand, smell nice. I tell people that whenever you enter some environments, 3 things happen to you. You meet new people, you learn new things, you find ways to make new money, or money from new streams of income. But all of this is centered around the law of attraction, because friendship is not by force. You have to be attractive. You have to send knife. People should not also come closely and you open your mouth and you close the conversation.
Yes.
So we need to begin to dress like what we want to become. People think that anything goes in Bayelsa. No. I've seen great people in Bayelsa. I've seen great talents in Bayelsa.
Oh yes, we do.
And
we're
going to have great coverage, and it's going to go so far. As a matter of fact, even my friends in UK, Canada are saying, "Oh boy, what's going on?" We've not gone out like this before. As a matter of fact, next year will be crazier. But I just told myself, we need to take it to a level so that people that will take over this baton can run easy. So maybe I might still show a bit of support next year, but after that, if they don't run, they must run.
You'd allow them to learn. And
so that's the venue, and we had to pick that venue because it's best befitting. Well, because of the programs, the things we're launching apps and everything. We need a massive LED screen, and that has all the amenities that we need. Somebody asked me, is it a church program? I said, no, it's not a church program, but even God will be there. So because everything must have a backing, and I say it unapologetically, my backing is the Holy Spirit, and that's okay. And that's the same way I don't have a problem with people that have their own backing. So people shouldn't have a backing if mine is God. And if you think you don't want to be there because the backing is God, that's your business. But one thing you must understand is that poverty and wealth does not respect religion. There are poor people who are Muslims, just like there are rich people who are Muslims. There are poor people who are Christians, just like there are rich people who are Christians. Because even when you study your Bible, you discover that there was a person of Christ and the principle of Christ. When you follow the person of Christ, is what they say you receive salvation, but it's the principles that make you rich. So some people follow the principles without following the person, and they are still rich. That's why rain falls both to the wicked person and the good person.
And the good person.
So
anything can happen to anyone.
When we have a conference like this, drop what you know, what you think, drop who you think is organizing and where you think it's holding. Come there, and just one thing might change where you are or accelerate you to where you need to be. So I'm looking forward to hope that all the entrepreneurs, professionals, creatives, religious leaders, political leaders, you leaders will be there. I think we're having people from Bayelsa Center for Youth Development. We've invited Mosient, all the youth leaders. I'm even trying to reach the IYC guys. They just brought in some new exco, but we hope that they should be there because they need to hear what we're about to discuss. Because people were coming to me and say, oh boy, some of them are your friends. Sometimes we expect these youth leaders to go and protest. They don't protest. So, you see, I'm careful because my mouth is very sharp. We're going to say a lot of things so that we know that state building is our collective responsibility. If all of us want Bayelsa to accelerate, it will.
It will.
It will. So if we say that we are for agitation, let's agitate for everything. Don't be only on the ones that will give you money. Agitate on the things that will always also make the common man benefit. There are things I see they keep quiet about sometimes. I'm like, why are you keeping quiet on this one? So all these very practical things that we want to talk about, most of them are my friends, and I hope they will know that what I'm saying is objective, and it's not because I have a problem with that. But the truth about it is this: we must all make it work and not pass the buck. So that day is going to be massive. 10 a.m. is the time, and I beg everybody they have to be there in time because 10 a.m.
the seats might already be.
And we're bringing an amazing guy called the African Landlord.
Okay.
One of the biggest guys in business and real estate in Port Harcourt. He has about 400 and something thousand followers on Facebook. You can check him out. And why we are bringing him is he's a young man who has done billions in real estate. But I know that Bayelsans are good. He does not even have kidnapping value. So those billions he has done is for the company. So those billions he has done is for the company. If you hold him and shake him, nothing come out. Even him, the company pays him salary. But why we are bringing him is we don't need those high and mighty that some of them are strictly political. Most of the people we celebrate as rich men here, it's politics money all through.
It's politics
if
money.
If you pull them from politics and put them in business, they will fail. But when you see a young man who has started from drinking Gary and has belt, you need to cut cap for him. I was trying to see if we can bring my mentor, Dr. Erwani, on it, but his schedule is very tight. We need practical people who are doing well in business to come and share this. It is possible because I have done it. Right? So come ready with your questions to ask him, how did you start? It was time he didn't have where to stay. That is not motivation, that's real check. And we also hope that his story will inspire Bayelsans. We also have the manager of People's FM. She's also one of the speakers. We have a lot of other guys, Manuel Kolo, Dr. Daddy Ken, and a lot of lineup of guests. And the award section is also going to be interesting. We're
looking forward to that.
There are 5 awards that we have not spoken about. And those ones are honorary, but I'm sure that Bayelsans will agree with us for giving them
that the persons they deserve
the ones that's totally honorary, and the team decided that these guys deserve to be honored. And then NCDMB is also going to be there, because when they heard our conversation, they said they also they're going to be a part of the conversation, and they are also speaking on us on building strategic partnerships for empowerment and stuff, whatnot. So also come with your questions. You know, if maybe you've been raising proposal to them, they've not responded, maybe we can help you ask
You
them.
can help,
So
exactly.
that's what we want to achieve. We should have a platform that we can bring our objective, you know, problems without entitlement and just say, okay, because sometimes maybe you wrote it wrong. Maybe you didn't know how to channel it. So these are the conversations we want to have, because there are beautiful business people here. There are amazing, talented persons here. All right? And another thing we're going to beg Bayelsans for that day is to allow their people to make mistakes. Every economy that does well is an economy that allows people to make mistakes. I'll explain. The current president of America, Donald J. Trump, was in debt of billions of dollars at the time in his life. Nobody killed him. But we have heard that there were people that were trying to do one small business in Bayelsa, and maybe the business went bad. They were dragging them with police. Sometimes you check is 1 million naira. They are dragging them up and down.
That's
and the question I asked
1 million is big.
let me show you something. If it was easy, why did you give him money? Why didn't you do the business yourself?
Do it yourself.
Because business is risk. And do you know what trips me? This same person that is arresting this young man that tested the business that he failed, contested for election one time and spent billions and lost the election. He didn't arrest anybody. That's it. Because there is politics and there is the business of politics. Everything has a business. And the business side of everything is risky. Hope you know that we don't know who is going to be the next governor of Bayelsa.
Yeah, true.
But people are already spending money for campaigns and consultations. So when you now don't win, who do you hold responsible for all the money you have spent? So why does a young person like Babi come and say, sir, I'm thinking of setting up a photo studio. Please, can you invest 10 million? God forbid something happens. Instead of calling her and say, okay, what's the plan to pay me? Okay, you say, what do you think we can do? You begin to drag her with police up and down, drag her. In short, the money you now spend using to pursue her with police is more
than the money I'm owing. The person is owing.
So if you study America, UK, and all the environments that have developed, it's an environment that has a way of allowing people to
fail and
we're not saying be careless.
excel.
We're not saying be careless, but there's a room of analysis and say, okay, we observe that you made efforts. It's about effort. It's about the motives.
Because right now there's so much with the fear of the unknown.
Yes, a lot of young people now are scared of doing this. What if this thing fails now? And once that fear enters a city, check now, a lot of young people are stagnant. Check, just do your analysis. A lot of people are closing their businesses.
Oh yes.
Meanwhile, that same thing will happen in Lagos. Somebody will say, okay, you lost the first one, yeah, let's go again. Because in life, look at Thomas Edison and everyone that invented something amazing. They failed several times. And today we are celebrating the invention. So I see Bayelsa to become a very great city. Now you're asking me one of the reasons I'm consistent. Bayelsa has the longest coastline. That's a massive opportunity for tourism. Bayelsa has massive opportunity for real estate. Bayelsa has massive opportunity for agriculture. Bayelsa even has massive opportunity for health and tech. But it's not going to be done by normal people. It's going to be grabbed by people who are aggressive, people who are willing to take risk, and people who are willing to take risk on people. Because why? Nobody can do it alone. If we get to a point we need to put together our resources and say, okay, what's come to worst?
Let's just push it in and try.
And do you know the interesting part? Some of these persons also go and put money in the bank. Hope you know that if your money in the bank, if you have 10 billion in the bank and the bank closes, there's nothing you can do.
At all.
The last time I went, I used to be a banker. I didn't tell you that part of the story.
Ooh.
When I was in the bank, NDIC only insured 500,000. They say NDIC insures your money up to 500,000 naira only, meaning even if you have 3 billion in that bank, what we are insuring is 500,000. Go and ask people that lost money in Societe Generale and all those banks are closed. Ask them, how many of your money do you collect? But that is a bank that even the interest they were paying you was not up to 30%. And then a young man calls you to partner with him in a business or something went wrong. Everybody wants to kill them. We had some bright minds in finance in this town some time ago. A lot of them were doing well, doing loan businesses, grant businesses. Things went bad. All of them they've pursued them. They want to kill them.
Drag them.
So I'm going to also use that opportunity to apologize to Bayelsans and also beg them, please, if possible, let's call those guys back because we miss them. Nobody's doing finance again in Bayelsa, yes. And guess what? Nobody. Meanwhile, when you fail in abroad, even the government calls you. If you're a thief, a very good thief, in maybe the US, instead of killing you, they call you and put you in FBI, tell you to bring down your sense, let's arrest other thieves. So we're just saying that Bayelsa has a lot of potentials, but we must be able to maximize them as a team. We must be able to take risk on others. We must be able to work together and stop passing the ball, stop pulling down our own, because that's the only way we can rise.
All right, it's been an amazing, interesting conversation with you. Let's have your final words to Bielsans.
So my final word to Bielsans would be that community building is our collective responsibility. It's not only for government, it's not also only for us. And that is why, first of all, if you are yet to get your PVC, please go and get it. If you are a professional, an entrepreneur, a creative, whoever, I'm not telling you to vote for somebody. I'm saying just get your PVC. Because you cannot be an irresponsible businessman. I've told all my staff, go and get your PVC. As a matter of fact, we need to get to a point in Bielsa where business owners can decide who becomes the next governor. That's when government will begin to set policies that favor businesses. Because they know that when they don't do it, when it's time, we will decide who becomes. And that's what happens in other growing economies. Businessmen are actually the politicians, but they don't contest. But they can pull together money, pull together their staff and say, all of you, if I hear you voted for anybody, I'll fire you from this company. And if entrepreneurs are the ones creating jobs, government should set policies that help them. And if a government refuses to set policies that help businesses, they should vote them out or make sure they don't become government. So this is why you must get your PVC as an entrepreneur, whoever you are. That's number one. And when it is time, you use your conscience to vote for who is going to work. Number two, do all you can to be in Empower Bielsa Conference and Awards. Let's drive the conversation. Invite your enemy. I'll tell you why you need to invite your enemy. Sometimes that person is your enemy because of envy, because they think you are doing better than them. Let them come, hear something that will help their minds, and they will just buy you one and you become friends. And also, in all you do, learn to celebrate people that are doing well. Let's stop the idea of only promoting negative things. Something was trending some days back of an Ekeremo chef. And I'm sure that lady has been doing business for years. None of us helped her to promote her business. And something happened. Every blog is posting it for free. I get the video. You get the video. I get the audio. You get the arm, send them for me. And meanwhile, we could have used that same energy to help her. So by all sense, I want to beg you. Let's also match that energy to support good causes. Support people that are doing well. Support ideas that are doing well. Celebrate them. And please, we too, we need help. Celebrate us and join us at the Empower Bielsa Conference and Awards. You can send us money. Forget that thing I talk. Now joke, I joke. Send us money and let us build this together.
Thank you so much, Ekemini Udo, certified project. I want to call it a full. Yes,
certified project manager. And I want to say thank you to the management of Naija Live TV. I want to thank you. We're really grateful. We appreciate the good work you're doing, and our prayers are just that people see what you're doing and also support you to scale, like I talked about. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful, and on behalf of my team and we say thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's been an interesting one with you today. So to our viewers, this is our package for today on Chats with Naija Live TV. Remember to keep it locked on Naija Live TV as we keep you updated on issues, entertaining stories, informative stories, and educative stories. To have a peaceful, blessed, and productive day ahead. My name is Babiung Paru. Signing out.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bielsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board EDTF. From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal, to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
Hello there, jolly good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on this edition of Chat with Naija Live Television, where we discuss important issues that will cause societal change with important personalities. And today we turn our attention to the environment, specifically matters of erosion. That's something we will typically complain about. You know, several communities in Bayelsa State, Obogoro, Dioma, a number of communities are rocked by this particular phenomenon. And sometimes we wonder what the causes are. Many would say that humans are part of the cause. We here in Bayelsa might be part of this cause, and a particular thing we do, certain things we do, could cause this problem. Narrowing down now, there is one particular matter that's been subject of controversy. It's been all over the social media. People frowning at government for deciding to take what many say is the bold step to place a ban on its mining. It's black sand. So we discuss black sand today and the consequences it has for our environment. I mean, the mining of it. My name is Henry. Ifla had mentioned that this is Chat Naija Live Television, and today we have a renowned environmentalist. He is also the head of ECAD in I also said ECAD is the Environmental Conservation, Agricultural and Rural Development. He's also the technical advisor to the governor of Bayelsa State on environment. I mentioned a renowned environmentalist. He is Comrade Lago Morris. It's good to have you. Comrade, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Ahan, for having me here for the very first time, and thank you.
Maiden appearance.
Yes,
you're welcome,
maiden appearance, and thank you for inviting me.
All right, sir, let's get right to it. Black sand. I think many persons, when you mention mining and mining of sand, they immediately come to terms with what that entails, but there is an angle to it now, or a word has been added to it, black sand mining. What exactly is the difference between black sand mining and proper mining? At the end of the day, you mine sand, no? But what's the difference between black sand mining and mining? Let's understand what black sand mining is entirely.
All right, thank you very much. You know, in terms of natural resources, when you are taking natural resources from the environment, just like gold, earth materials, they all fall within mining. Even when you are drilling, extracting oil, they are all falling within the extractive industry. Yeah. The only difference with this black sand mining is that it is on top of this, you know, the soil, on top of the ground. You may not need to dig too far. You know that the Bayelsa state government had placed, you know, ban on the sand mining, sand dredging all around the state before the issue of black sand actually hit public space. And because of the indiscriminate sand dredging, which poses a danger to public property, private properties around our communities, government deemed it fine to ensure that the mining of sand is regulated, especially when you talk about commercial mining, mining for building construction, road construction, and all of that is huge. And so unregulated mining at the end of the day will result into a situation whereby we'll begin to blame government. Where is the government? We will call government all sorts of names. You know, as an activist, I know the names we used to call government. Even irresponsible government ought to act like this, ought to act like that. And so, when black sand mining came into our lexicon, the government also sent out officials to go and investigate. They came back, they confirmed, and you know, before his demise, may he so rest in peace, the former deputy governor. Unfortunately, we are looking at it as a controversial issue. It ought not to be, because black sand is now found in our environment. There is need for us to ensure that it is properly not only regulated, but ensure that at the end of the day, it does not pose danger to our communities, our environment, and also revenue loss to government and also to the communities. That's why regulation is very important. And don't forget, Bayelsa State stands a very good ground to benefit from it, if we want to go to that, because the state has the longest stretch on the Atlantic coastline, running from Brass local government area, southern Naija and Ekirimo. No state in the Niger Delta has that type of stretch. It's only Bayelsa, and so we have a comparative advantage. And that's why, to properly regulate this, the governor has set up the machineries of relevant agencies, officers are working on it. Also considering the fact that recently there was a victory in the courts where the Lagos state government and the Bayelsa state government came out victorious against the federal government, trying to control everything about our marine ecosystem, waters. And the ruling was that anything on top, on the surface, belongs to the state. The state can control. And so we stand a better chance of
anything on the surface. Black sand, is it inclusive?
It definitely is on the surface.
On the surface?
Yes, on the surface. And when you talk about surface, the petroleum industry talk about 6 feet below, anything 6 feet below.
Okay.
Okay. So this one is above 6 feet.
Above 6
anything
feet. Okay.
Above 6 feet.
Okay.
And the governor has also asked the relevant office to study the ruling and then come up with a necessary advice for the way forward.
You mentioned southern Naija, Ekirimo, and the Brass. This means that black sand can only be found around this area, and so the other local governments in Bayelsa need not concern themselves with the issue of whether there is black sand in their domain or not. Or can we, by chance, find black sand also in all these local governments?
Yes, you may, because they talk about washing off, wearing off of rocks, and then the waves bringing them to land, to the shore.
That's exactly the black sand.
Yes, but then, like you did ask, we may find it in other local governments, because I read what Professor Adias, Teddy Adias, also scripted on it, and these are experts and researchers. He did mention about black sand in other local governments, and talked about certain things. And if places like Ahoda is also talking about it, Port Harcourt is talking about it. I heard there is a factory in Ahoda dealing with black sand. So people have gone far with this, so we are just waking up, and I think we need to get it right.
But if we're discussing black sand mining, a ban on black sand mining, and we've already made a move, there are people who before now benefited from mining black sand who are now going to be unemployed as a result of this ban. Is it possible that the government will be making a move in their direction to help them with, because I don't know exactly what the government will be doing, because you can't exactly tell them to go learn a skill now, except maybe give them the enablement to open up a business or something. But is the government looking in that direction? Because unemployment breeds what's it called now, theft and insecurity and all of those things. So maybe the government does not, in trying to solve one problem, cause another problem.
Yes, I think the government will not on its own go out to deny people chances of making a livelihood. The only thing is that an unregulated, the earlier you start with the regulation, the better. So the people who say they have been mining all those while they've been benefiting, let them also wait a little bit now for the system to be regulated. I know some are complaining, they go to logging, people say no. They go to coal fire, they say no. They come to sand mining, they say no. But we shouldn't forget that some countries do not have crude oil. They depend on their forest resources, and those places, they regulate these resources that they have. And Bayelsa State need to take positive advantage of this, new gold that we have found. If we hadn't named crude oil black gold, maybe it's this one that would have named black gold. Like lithium. Lithium is being mined in Kogi, Nasarawa, and some other place, Kaduna, like that. And it is called white gold because it is whitish. And they have their largest factory in the capital of Nasarawa State, Lafia. And the factory is there. It is working in the interest of both the investor and for the state. People who are working in that industry are also benefiting. So we are looking at a situation whereby the government, at the end of the day, will ensure that if investors are coming, after proper environmental impact assessment, to ensure that our environment is safe enough, then allow these people to operate within the state, manufacture whatever you want to, refine it here in the state, so that you give employment to our people, our teaming unemployed, youths, and other category of persons that are qualified. That way, it will be a win-win situation. The state will benefit, the communities will benefit, and those who are employed will also benefit with the investor. Mind you, we have been shouting on top of the roof about coastal erosion. And I, for one, I have not been satisfied, because I've been in the fore, calling on the federal government, the Ecological Fund, calling on NDDC, and even the state government, because Bayelsa State is most deltaic and suffers more of the, impacts when it comes to flooding, eroding our community waterfronts, river banks, then the waves eating up our communities on the coastline, right from, like you did mention, Ojiama, Congo, Sangana, Brass, Opoma, you go to up to, Foroba, Ekeni, Eze, up to Bilabiri. And so, we have been shouting and we've not been seeing the type of response that we ought ordinarily to get. And should we now allow people to exacerbate or increase those things that we have been saying is affecting the communities?
Now, comrade, this is exactly the reason many persons are concerned. We know we struggle from coastal erosions. We struggle from erosion, quite all right. But is erosion the only reason government is deciding to place a ban on black sand mining? Put differently, is black sand mining the entire cause of erosion in our communities, in Odioma, Afropa, all of the communities you mentioned? Can we point to black sand mining as the ultimate cause, as the only cost? Or if we were to rate the causes rather of black sand mining, would we, of rather erosion, would we put black sand mining at the top of it?
We should not walk that path of saying that we have been suffering from erosion since, like some people will say. I remember going to some coal fire sites and somebody was defending. All along they've not been cleaning the spill sites, they've been flaring gas, and so now that we've gotten where we will get our own living, we do it. We do our own coal fire. You see the excuse? So if others have been doing, if the government have not been, have not put off gas flare, it has not ended, and then they are not doing cleanup, while we are shouting that they should do cleanup, so you say you also add to that problem. That is not logical. The right thing to do is to prevent anything that will, encourage that type of undesirable situation or condition, environmental condition. Apart from that, don't forget, even the lithium that they are mining, like lead mining in Zamfara, we know how many people that died. Some years ago, a lot of people died because of lead poisoning. Even this Nasarawa where they are mining lithium, it is giving them some environmental problem, poisoning their source of drinking water. We know artisanal miners even in the gold sector, even in Ghana. There was a time this Galamsey, they call it Galamsey, artisanal miners. But as we speak, I just came from Abuja on Thursday. West African countries, Nigeria, we all met. And some persons from Ghana, they were still telling us that because of the artisanal mining and even the real industries, most of their water, they cannot drink water again. Fishes are dying on their own. It's poisoning. Now, if you look at these essential minerals, because as we say, we are shifting away from fossil fuel. Maybe we are going to the renewables. People are now discovering more very important minerals that will aid, in computer production, battery life. Most of the computer we use, the phone we use, and other, industrial use. People are going into debt. And that is why these minerals are all important. And as you go into mining them in large quantity, commercial quantity, and even maybe to the point of processing them, the byproducts may result in ways that will poison our people. And we'll leave this to the experts. When I read through what Professor Teddy Adias presented, he mentioned some of the hazards. I don't want to begin to on screen here, begin to read the script. Otherwise, in fact, I printed it out before coming, but I don't want to read on screen.
We could just indulge you, if it's a minute, since you already printed it out.
Okay.
We could indulge you. It's best that we know of the consequences of this. Get to the part where it's a lengthy script, yeah. We all get to the part of the consequences and read it out, because for biologists are watching, and it's important to get that knowledge out there, so people know that when we indulge, so the consequences.
Like here, he talked about radioactivity. Monazite is one of the elements you find in them. It's naturally radioactive. It contains thorium and uranium, which are naturally occurring radioactive materials. Research published in Science Reports has demonstrated that rutile, zircon, and monazite from black sand mining site carry radioactivity concentration that exceeds the average world safety limits for sand texture materials. Now you are talking about radioactive materials.
These are things that, like uranium is used for making nuclear weapons.
Yes, nuclear weapon, aerospace, all those things, paint manufacturing, quite a lot are involved.
Now there is, you just read this, and then it occurred to me that there is just too many abundant resources the Niger Deltans have been blessed with, and this is yet another one, monazite, you mentioned, within which we have uranium, and this is something that many did not quite think Nigeria has or possesses. A lot of economic opportunities there. Is government looking to tap into it, or does it just stop at placing a ban? What's the next step? I'm asking because I know you are technical advisor to the governor.
Look at what he even made reference to the governor. He said, quoting the governor, we are already suffering from the challenges of oil and gas exploitation, environmental pollution, environmental degradation, and the loss of aquatic resources. We do not want a repeat of that experience through the unregulated mining of black sand. He quoted the governor. Now, the need for regulation is not to deny citizens or investors. The government also needs money, revenue, not only from oil, because oil is a finite resource.
Now, oil is regulated. Oil mining, extraction is regulated. Yet we see this much disaster it causes in the Niger Delta.
You see, the advantage of solid mineral mining is that this is solid mineral. The law between oil mining and solid mineral mining are different. The federal government's act on solid mineral 2007 indicates, and we know, that double standard in this mining sector. When the person who, the investor, has gotten license to come and operate in your environment, he has to go into agreement with the community on community development matters. The community will place their demand, and it's when they agree that the process will go on. It is not MOU as our people have been writing with oil companies. MOU are just like gentleman agreement that can be discarded at any time. And that's why sometimes we advise our communities, it should be agreement, not MOU. So the Solid Mineral Act stated categorically that it should be an agreement reached between the one who has gotten the license to go and mine with the community. So you see that there are opportunities for the communities too when the time comes. So government has to look into all of this, look at the Nigerian mining, solid mineral mining law. The state government will also look at where it can also come in that our people will benefit, the communities will benefit. So regulating is not bad. Even if your child today now wins billions of dollars, I think you should be able to advise the person, especially if the person doesn't have the capacity to think.
No, comrade, regulating is not bad.
Yes.
At all, it's not bad. Well, the problem now is we live in Nigeria, and I'm sure you also know that it's a country where many have said, and we have evidently seen, that anything can go when certain monetary promises exchange hands.
Yes.
The people who are involved in this, although the locals are involved, but many would say that it is even foreign interests. So they also have basic agreements with the locals who now allow them to go ahead with this mining. These are foreign interests that are ready to at any point do this and give to any other person who is supposed to be supervising them, and then they allow for mining to take place. The question I'm asking here is, in all of these, would we not still see mining that is going to be done without environmental impact assessment?
Very good. Before any investor will go to the field and start operating, the state government's policies will be expected to be adhered to, whereby the community component will be there. The government has said that it will not honor any agreement between communities and any such investor going behind. Now we have won. The state has won a case that anything on top belongs to the state. Nobody owns natural resources. Nobody is stopping you from going to the bush to go and cut your palm trees and do your palm oil. Nobody is stopping you from going to do your fishing and farming. But when you come to these mining and unregulated timber, logging, then a responsible government needs to do something. I empathize with our community people, because as an environmentalist, if anything happens and we don't speak, they say, Alagwa, don't look the other side, they don't chop money. I never chop money from any community. I never chop money. No community can accuse Alagwa Morris, since I've been doing this work, that I've ate 1 penny from them, that they send me 200,000, 100,000, 50,000. I'm boldly saying it here. No community. So, if I look the other side, the highest thing they will say, stomach infrastructure. He has collected money. It's because he's in government, he doesn't want to say anything. No. Wherever I am, the community's environment interests should be protected. Then again, if it is not regulated, like most of the insecurity that is happening, the meeting I went to, the conference I went to in Abuja, all these things came out. Some of the insecurity issues that we are having is because of these mining issues. People are mining very seriously, fine, minerals in the north, Kogi and some other places, and they don't want people to come close. There are places where there are secret airstrips. The foreigners will come, they take and they go. And we don't want our own within our shorelines for people to be armed with gun and then say, no, nobody comes here. And then maybe they turn the gun against even us, because some persons will come with ship from the Atlantic and then come and collect and go. So it is better we understand ourselves for the sake of peace and genuinely go about this mining when the window is open and when we know how to go about it. Allow the experts to also advise us that if you do like this, no problem. If you do like this, it will hurt our communities and us.
Okay.
Yes.
As it stands, the window is not open yet, so people cannot legitimately or legally put in to start mining.
Illegal. That's why it is called illegal.
And what I'm saying is the state government has not already finalized modalities as to one who is looking to go into the business properly, to go into the black sand mining business properly.
Yes, I think.
Or can anybody who's looking to mine now immediately approach the state government already and get authorization to do so?
The Commissioner for Commerce and Trade, I think he was on radio this morning saying that government is doing something about investors and the sand mining. I think they are working around the clock to ensure that the window is open as soon as possible and carrying the communities along. Communities should also organize. Sometimes it's not good to just stay far and cry. organize yourself and come to the relevant office and ask question. Okay. Why is this happening like this? Why is this thing happening? Government will tell you why things are going that way. Otherwise, this lack of communication will just be making things unpalatable for all of us.
The very week that the state government announced the ban on black sand mining, pictures flooded the internet, Facebook particularly. I saw photos, I saw pictures, I beg your pardon, videos, right, of a naval carrier or something, escorting what seemed to be black sand. I'm sure you saw it too, the way you're smiling. I confirm that you saw it too. I also mentioned foreign interests, and these are people who typically engage these federal security operatives to, perpetuate these illegal mining. Beyond the ban that's been placed, is the state government setting up a task force that will be made up of security agencies as well, that will ensure that stuff of this nature does not happen, that we don't see a foreign interest using another security apparatus to move signs illegally mined? Is it possible? Has the government done anything in that regard? So it goes beyond talk. I know that they also, was it last year or 2 years back, when they started talking about indiscriminate logging of wood and felling of woods? At first it was just a talk until I think a task force was set for it. So there's been some sort of improvements now in that regard, But has the state government done anything of that nature? Or are they still on the initial stages of black sand mining has to be a thing?
Talking about foreign investors or foreign interests, for now, I do not have that fact. But whatever be the case, there must be insiders. I saw that boat allegedly carrying black sand and being escorted by gunboats, and it goaded me to make a statement on Facebook. That was in June, and also some persons were arrested. I was also one of those who pleaded that those persons arrested should be released. It's just happening now. They were looking for their daily bread.
They've also been released, I learned.
Yes. So what is there is that there will always be insiders doing that. Trust Nigerian businessmen. Sometimes it's not even, some of those people doing that, and it's not poverty. We have the real cocoa guys that are suffering, that
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace. All for peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy.
Right, from 1998 up until this present time, the Ijo Youth Council and the Ijo Youth have, it's been a very, very long history, and the formation of the Ijo Youth Council.
Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Naija Live TV, and this is Chat with Naija Live TV. Today we're going to be having an interesting conversation with an amazing personality. She is a barrister. The topic we will be looking at today is laws protecting women and children's rights in Nigeria, focused on Bayelsa State. And our guest this afternoon is Barrister Asayomo Tamara Brakemi Ohaka, an amazing person. Let's quickly, before I introduce her, let's quickly look at a brief biography of the personality in the studio with us. Barrister Asayomo Tamara Brakemi Ohaka is a Nigerian legal practitioner and advocate based in Yenagoa. She's actively involved in the legal profession and professional legal associations here in Bayelsa State. She serves as the secretary of the Bayelsa State branch of International Federation of Women Lawyers, a global organization dedicated to promoting the rights of women and children through legal advocacy and access to justice. Barrister Ohaka is also actively involved in the Nigerian Bar Association, particularly within the Sagbama branch. She has served as secretary of the NBA Sagbama branch and has also been appointed as state representative and welfare secretary of the Eastern Bar Forum. Through her professional engagement and work with legal organizations, she contributes to advocacy on justice, legal reforms, and protection of vulnerable groups, particularly the women and children. Her work aligns with the objectives of FIDA Nigeria, which focuses on promoting gender equality, protecting women and children from abuse, and providing legal assistance to victims of injustice. As a legal practitioner and advocate within Bayelsa State, Barrister Ohaka continues to participate in professional legal development, policy discussions, and initiatives aimed at strengthening access to justice and legal protection, of course, for women and children. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome to the studio Barrister Ohaka. Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
You look quite amazing.
Thank you.
You're welcome to Naija Live TV.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to be asking you lots of questions because we can't have an expert with us and not gain so much knowledge. Are you ready?
Sure, I'm ready.
All right then. So first off, we'll be looking at laws regarding protecting women and children in Nigeria, but based on the fact that we are in Bayelsa, we will focus on Bayelsa State. So, but before then, can you briefly introduce yourself and your role in within the legal profession here in Bayelsa State?
Okay. You actually did a thorough introduction for me.
So we want to
I was even shocked when I was hearing them.
Oh yes, you're a woman of capacity. Let's hear from you. Let's hear from the horse's mouth, so to say.
All right. My name is Tamara Brakemi. Asayomo Ohaka.
Okay.
I was called to the Nigerian Bar Association in 2013.
Okay.
I did a rather short private legal practice. Then in 2019, I joined the Ministry of Justice, Bayelsa State. So I'm also a state counsel at the Ministry of Justice.
Oh wow, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for honoring our invitation. What inspired? Would like to know what inspired your passion for serving women and children's rights.
Wow, the passion. I'm a woman, and of course, I have children. So that alone is enough for me to. And of course, I have siblings that are females, and that alone is enough for me to have passion for women and children.
Okay.
For them to understand their rights.
Amazing. So let's understand laws. Basically, what major laws exist in Nigeria to protect the rights of women and children from abuse and exploitation? We've seen a whole lot. The whole issue of how children are molested. The Otanya case. She is a young lady, but she is also a child, right? So, what major laws exist to protect the rights of these women and children from abuse and exploitation?
We have several laws that protect women and children from abuse in Nigeria.
Okay.
And they are, I'll list them, then maybe explain further later.
Okay.
The first law we have is the VAP law, which is the Violence Against Persons and Prohibition Law.
Okay, the VAP.
Yes, the
VAPP.
Yes,
all right.
the VAP law. Then the second is the Child's Rights laws. We also have the human trafficking laws. And lastly, we have the Constitution. All these laws protect women and children. So when we go to the VAP law, the VAP law prohibits sexual violence against women, such as rape, then any emotional or psychological violence, yes, and other violence that a woman can
face.
Yes, can face. Then we have the Child's Rights laws, which protects, which states that the children should have the rights of education, rights not to be abused domestically, and other rights that a child should have.
All right.
Yes, we also have the human trafficking laws, which protects women, children, youths. This law protects everybody from human traffickers. It also these laws can help. This laws also protects women from abuse from also protects children from it protects domestic workers too.
Okay.
Yeah. Then of course the Constitution, we have the Section 4 of the Constitution that deals with the fundamental rights of everyone.
Everybody,
yeah,
citizens.
Right to life, right to education,
Everything, yeah.
right to life. So that's it.
Okay, quite interesting. I would like to know how exactly does the VAP, right? That's what you called it. How does it protect women and children's rights per se? Let's understand how it helps in protecting women and children's rights.
Okay, this rights, the VAP. There are different laws enshrined in the. There are different laws that states. In short, that states that women should not be raped, women should not be abused emotionally or psychologically, and there are also punishments for those laws. Like if you're raped in that VAP law, if you're raped, it's life imprisonment. Yes, the consequences is life imprisonment. So that law is like, it's one of the most important. Well, I say most important because all laws are important, but I would just say it's a law that helps to protect women and children.
Basically. All right, quite an interesting one from the VAP, violence against people,
persons prohibition.
Prohibition. All right, I would also like to know what role does the child
EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
Gold. Maybe it's this one that we would have mentioned, we would have named black gold. Like lithium. Lithium is being mined in Kogi, Nasarawa, and some other place, Kaduna, like that. And it is called white gold because it is whitish. And they have their largest factory in the capital of Nasarawa state, Lafia. And the factory is there. It is working in the interest of both the investor and for the state. People who are working in that industry are also benefiting. So we are looking at the situation whereby the government, at the end of the day, will ensure that if investors are coming after proper environmental impact assessment to ensure that our environment is safe enough, then allow these people to operate within the state, manufacture whatever you want to, refine it here in the state, so that you give employment to our people, our teaming unemployed, youths, and other category of persons that are qualified. That way, it will be a win-win situation. The state will benefit, the communities will benefit, and those who are employed will also benefit with the investor. Mind you, we have been shouting on top of the roof about coastal erosion. And I, for one, I have not been satisfied because I've been in the fore calling on the federal government, the Ecological Fund, calling on NDDC, and even the state government. Because Bayelsa State is most deltaic and suffers more of the, impacts when it comes to flooding, eroding our community waterfronts, river banks, then the waves eating up our communities on the coastline, right from, like you did mention, Ojiama, Congo, Sangana, Brass, Opoma, you go to up to, Foroba, Ekeni, Eze, to up to Bilabiri. And so, we have been shouting and we've not been seeing the type of response that we ought ordinarily to get. And should we now allow people to exacerbate or increase those things that we have been saying is affecting the communities?
Now, comrade, this is exactly the reason many persons are concerned. We know we struggle from coastal erosions. We struggle from erosion, quite all right. But is erosion the only reason government is deciding to place a ban on black sand mining? Put differently, is black sand mining the entire cause of erosion in our communities, in Odioma, Afropa, and all of the communities you mentioned, can we point to black sand mining as the ultimate cost, as the only cost? Or if we were to rate the causes rather of black sand mining, would we, or rather erosion, would we put black sand mining at the top of it?
We should not walk that path of saying that we have been suffering from erosion since, like some people will say. I remember going to some coal fire sites and somebody was defending. All along they've not been cleaning the spill sites, they've been flaring gas, and so now that we've gotten where we will get our own living, we do it. We do our own coal fire. You see the excuse? So if others have been doing, if the government have not been, have not put off gas flare, it has not ended, and then they are not doing clean up, while we are shouting that they should do clean up, so you say you also add to that problem. That is not logical. The right thing to do is to prevent anything that will, encourage that type of undesirable situation or condition, environmental condition. Apart from that, don't forget, even the lithium that they are mining, like lead mining in Zamfara, we know how many people that died. Some years ago, a lot of people died because of lead poisoning. Even this Nasarawa where they are mining lithium, it is giving them some environmental problem, poisoning their source of drinking water. We know artisanal miners even in the gold sector, even in Ghana. There was a time this Galamsey, they call it Galamsey, artisanal miners. But as we speak, I just came from Abuja on Thursday. West African countries, Nigeria, we all met. And some persons from Ghana, they were still telling us that because of the artisanal mining and even the real industries, most of their water, they cannot drink water again. Fishes are dying on their own. It's poisoning. Now, if you look at these essential minerals, because as we say, we are shifting away from fossil fuel, maybe we are going to the renewables. People are now discovering more very important minerals that will aid, in computer production, battery life. Most of the computer we use, the phone we use, and other, industrial use. People are going into debt. And that is why these minerals are all important. And as you go into mining them in large quantity, commercial quantity, and even maybe to the point of processing them, the byproducts may result in ways that will poison our people. And we'll leave this to the experts. When I read through what Professor Teddy Adias presented, he mentioned some of the hazards. I don't want to begin to begin to read the script. Otherwise, in fact, I printed it out before coming, but I don't want to read on screen. We could just indulge you, if it's a minute, since you already printed it out. Okay. We could indulge you. It's best that we know of the consequences of this. Get to the part where it's a lengthy script, yeah. We all get to the part of the consequences and read it out, because for bioscience are watching, and it's important to get that knowledge out there, so people know that when they indulge, it's the consequences. Like here, he talked about radioactivity. Monazite is one of the elements you find in there. It's naturally radioactive. It contains thorium and uranium, which are naturally occurring radioactive materials. Research published in Science Reports has demonstrated that rutile, zircon, and monazite from black sand mining site carry radioactivity concentration that exceeds the average world safety limits for sand texture materials. Now you are talking about radioactive materials.
These are things that, like uranium is used for making nuclear weapons.
Yes, nuclear weapon, aerospace, all those things, paint manufacturing, quite a lot are involved.
Now there is, you just read this, and then it occurred to me that there is just too many abundant resources the Niger Deltans have been blessed with, and this is yet another one, monazite, you mentioned, within which we have uranium, and this is something that many did not quite think Nigeria has or possesses. A lot of economic opportunities there. Is government looking to tap into it, or does it just stop at placing a ban What's the next step? I'm asking because I know you are technical advisor to the governor.
Look at what he even made reference to the governor. He said, quoting the governor, we are already suffering from the challenges of oil and gas exploitation, environmental pollution, environmental degradation, and the loss of aquatic resources. We do not want a repeat of that experience through the unregulated mining of black sand. He quoted the governor. Now, the need for regulation is not to deny citizens or investors. The government also needs money, revenue, not only from oil, because oil is a finite resource.
Now, oil is regulated. Oil mining, extraction is regulated. Yet we see this much disaster it causes in the 90s.
You see, the advantage of solid mineral mining is that this is solid mineral. The law between oil mining and solid mineral mining are different. The federal government's act on solid mineral 2007 indicates, and we know, that double standard in this mining sector. When the person who the investor has gotten license to come and operate in your environment, he has to go into agreement with the community on community development matters. The community will place their demand, and it's when they agree that the process will go on. It is not MOU as our people have been writing with the oil companies. MOU are just like gentleman agreement that can be discarded at any time. And that's why sometimes we advise our communities, it should be agreement, not MOU. So the Solid Mineral Act stated categorically that it should be an agreement reached between the one who has gotten the license to go and mine with the community. So you see that there are opportunities for the communities too when the time comes. So government has to look into all of this, look at the Nigerian mining, solid mineral mining law. The state government will also look at where it can also come in that our people will benefit, the communities will benefit. So regulating is not bad. Even if your child today now wins billions of dollars, I think you should be able to advise the person, especially if the person doesn't have the capacity to think.
No, comrade, regulating is not bad.
Yes.
At all, it's not bad. Well, the problem now is we live in Nigeria, and I'm sure you also know that it's a country where many have said, and we have evidently seen, that anything can go when certain monetary promises exchange hands.
Yes.
The people who are involved in this, although the locals are involved, but many would say that it is even foreign interests. So they also have basic agreements with the locals who now allow them to go ahead with this mining. These are foreign interests that are ready to at any point do this and give to any other person who is supposed to be supervising them, and then they allow for mining to take place. The question I'm asking here is, in all of these, would we not still see mining that is going to be done without environmental impact assessment?
Very good. Before any investor will go to the field and start operating, the state government's policies will be expected to be adhered to, whereby the community component will be there. The government has said that it will not honor any agreement between communities and any such investor going behind. Now we have won. The state has won a case that anything on top belongs to the state. Nobody owns natural resources. Nobody is stopping you from going to the bush to go and cut your palm trees and do your palm oil. Nobody is stopping you from going to do your fishing and farming. But when you come to this mining and unregulated timber, logging, then a responsible government needs to do something. I empathize with our community people, because as an environmentalist, if anything happens and we don't speak, they say Alagwa don't look the other side, he don't chop money. I never chop money from any community. I never chop money. No community can accuse Alagwa Morris, since I've been doing this work, that I've ate 1 penny from them, that they've sent me 200,000, 100,000, 50,000. I'm boldly saying it here. No community. So, if I look the other side, the highest thing they will say, stomach infrastructure. He has collected money. It's because he's in government, he doesn't want to say anything. No. wherever I am, the community's environment interests should be protected. Then again, if it is not regulated, like most of the insecurity that is happening, the meeting I went to, the conference I went to in Abuja, all these things came out. Some of the insecurity issues that we are having is because of these mining issues. People are mining very seriously, fine, minerals in the north, Kogi and some other places, and they don't want people to come close. There are places where there are secret airstrips. The foreigners will come, they take and they go. And we don't want our own within our shorelines for people to be armed with gun and then say, no, nobody comes here. And then maybe they turn the gun against even us, because some persons will come with ship from the Atlantic and then come and collect and go. So it is better we understand ourselves for the sake of peace and genuinely go about this mining when the window is open and when we know how to go about it. Allow the experts to also advise us that if you do like this, no problem. If you do like this, it will hurt our communities and us.
Okay.
Yes.
As it stands, the window is not open yet, so people cannot legitimately or legally put in to start mining.
Illegal. That's why it is called illegal.
And what I'm saying is the state government has not already finalized modalities as to one who is looking to go into the business properly, to go into the black sand mining business properly.
Yes, I think.
Or can anybody who's looking to mine now immediately approach the state government already and get authorization to do so?
The Commissioner for Commerce and Trade, I think he was on radio this morning saying that government is doing something about investors and the sand mining. I think they are working around the clock to ensure that the window is open as soon as possible and carrying the communities along. Communities should also organize. Sometimes it's not good to just stay far and cry. Organize yourself and come to the relevant office and ask questions. Why is this happening like this? Why is this thing happening? Government will tell you why things are going that way. Otherwise, this lack of communication will just be making things unpalatable for all of us.
The very week that the state government announced the ban
Yes.
on black sand mining, pictures flooded the internet, Facebook particularly. I saw photos, I saw pictures, I beg your pardon, videos, right, of a naval carrier or something, escorting what seemed to be black sand. I'm sure you saw it too, the way you're smiling. I confirm that you saw it too. I also mentioned foreign interests, and these are people who typically engage these federal security operatives to, perpetuate these illegal mining. Beyond the ban that's been placed, is the state government setting up a task force that will be made up of security agencies as well, that will ensure that stuff of this nature does not happen, that we don't see a foreign interest using another security apparatus to move signs illegally mined. Is it possible? Has the government done anything in that regard? So it goes beyond talk. I know that they also, was it last year or 2 years back, when they started talking about indiscriminate logging of wood and felling of woods? At first it was just a talk until I think a task force was set for it. So there's been some sort of improvements now in that regard. Has the state government done anything of that nature? Or are they still on the initial stages of black sand mining has to be the...
Talking about foreign investors or foreign interests, for now, I do not have that fact. But whatever be the case, there must be insiders. I saw that boat allegedly carrying black sand and being escorted by gunboats, and it goaded me to make a statement on Facebook. That was in June, and also some persons were arrested. I was also one of those who pleaded that those persons arrested should be released. It's just happening now. They were looking for their daily bread.
They've also been released, I learned.
Yes. So what is there is that there will always be insiders doing that. Trust Nigerian businessmen. Sometimes it's not even, some of those people doing that, and it's not poverty. We have the real cocoa guys that are suffering, that if their own is a day, if they're able to load 50 bags and get their 1,000 naira per bag, they will dance, hallelujah. But there are some people who have fat bank accounts. They have hundreds of millions in their account. You can't call those people poor people now. Those are the type of people that are pushing this type of businesses, that will have the audacity to meet military men, meet their oga pata and then say, I want this, and then maybe the oga pata will give go ahead, say,
They do this also using the local people who they employ. So that employment, 10-20% for each miner would not be there. And that's the ripple effect.
Yes, you cannot because of today. Remember tomorrow. You cannot because of today. The concept of sustainable development is that as you're operating, as you like this thing and you want to take it in a sustainable way, that the man that is the one that is still in the womb will also come and partake in that thing, not to just voraciously finish everything. Like those who will tell Pontius Pilate that let it happen, the punishment be on our children, because they want to kill Jesus. No, not like that. Say, let us finish it now. No. If you go to our environment, sometimes some people don't even see monkey anymore. But in those days while we are growing, but before you travel from Port Harcourt to Nembe and Brass, you will see the monkeys come and they'll be playing by the bank of the river. Today you don't see them anymore. A lot of things have happened in our environment. So we should not act like the Israelites who say, crucify him and let the punishment be on our children. You now you should receive your punishment. Leave the other people coming to.
Well, it seems as though we are already receiving our consequences for the ones our parents did to us. So we should not be looking to do same to our children if we love them.
Yes, exactly. So let's pray that government action will be swift enough, will move fast for us to ensure that we look at the pros and the cons, do environmental impact assessment, and ensure the safety of the environment within our communities. Then, with proper investors, they allow the ball to keep rolling.
Okay, well, as it stands, it's state government that's still doing the advocacy, and they place the band, they're doing the advocacy. Do you see other stakeholders? What other stakeholders do you see trying to also engage the locals and help in promoting this message?
Former Deputy Governor, retired Godwia John Jonah, and SSG, right in the government house here. Even JTF commander was here. We said it, advocated for it. That do proper feasibility study and allow these people to operate, grant them license. But the powers that be has not consented to that. So whatever I believe in, I will say it. Yeah, provided it is something which is sayable. Yes, but I won't advise people to go against the law. If the law says don't do, but there will always be people to disobey the law. And that's why we have the law enforcement agencies. That's why we have the penitentiaries, the prisons, the correctional centers. And if you say no, you won't agree, then.
Okay.
But I don't want people to go to that extent of say, I'm not going to agree.
Now, talking about the law, it isn't quite stipulated what your fine would be, how whether you go to prison, what the prison imprisonment terms would look like. It isn't, because it has not gotten to the State Assembly, and the State Assembly has not done anything for it. Do you not think that this is something that the State Assembly should immediately move on and provide a legal framework? Even the issue of indiscriminate felling of woods, the State Assembly is yet to look into it as per way of legislation, and well, pretty soon they will be wrapping up their term in office.
This is another opportunity for me to use the opportunity to advocate for the forestry law that has passed through public hearing to see the light of day. Just as advocating for the Bayelsa Directorate for Flood and Erosion Control to have a legal backing. Now, just about a little above a year when Senator Doedri took up the mantle of leadership, he instructed the line ministries to come up with a holistic forestry law. And it's over 4 years now, we've not seen that coming to light. And the forestry law is strictly, intricately tied to this very ban on forest product. So I believe it is still in the making, but the earlier it is passed, like you said, very soon now people will go into campaigning seriously, and then there will be no time for passage of law. So, agreed. They will look at it from the point of law, but then don't forget, when the government say it has banned, executive orders are law. They are to be respected. So when the government has passed that type of instruction to public and you disobey, they cannot look at any other law to say they will use that one to punish you. It depends on the discretion of the judges and the magistrates to say you have faulted the order of the state governor or the state government not to do this and you have done this, so are you guilty or not guilty? You will answer all those questions, and if you are not so lucky in defending yourself, you go to Okaka. And the Nigerian solid mineral mining law is also there. Before you do, if you are doing artisanal mining without license, without authorization, you'll be, sanctioned. So I agree with you. That's why the governor has also asked the Attorney General to look at this, very critically and come up with advice for the government to, take action. And the Commissioner for Environment was also giving some some instruction, the marine and blue economy. Don't forget, they're also talking about establishing a body that will take care of the marine and blue economy, something on the coastline. Yes, so all those will pass through legislation, and I believe something is in the making. Before the bread comes out of the oven, it has to go through processes. Yes.
I'm also hopeful that before the bread comes out of the oven, that
you go through
the proper processes,
yes.
The proper processes are being done on it. Thank you so much, Comrade Lagomorris, for really coming in to help scale these matters for us today. Well, the real question still stands. People who are already disengaged from these, what do you advise them? How do they continue with livelihood?
You see, before they banned motorcycle in Yenagua, during Silva's administration, I was one of those in the fore shouting that it should not be banned because it will take food away from those cyclists. But at the end of the day, they say bikes should not pass in front of government house. But when Seriaki Dixon came back, they banned them. And rain will not fall. Keke is moving now, and then those people who have been going for amputation in the FMC, they are no longer getting people amputated. The complaint then was that people were getting their leg amputated.
Heaven no fall, but 88% of Bayelsans are living in multi-dimensional poverty.
You think myself, I have money? You think I have money? If
you're better than most persons.
Go and check my account.
So persons are not eating as we speak now.
They are red. My account is red.
Your account is red.
Yes, my account is red. So
some people know their account too.
I am not within that rich line. I am also within the poverty line. Yes, because one, even if my salary comes today, people who the pressure from people are there. Even today, how many people have reached out to me? I've lost my father-in-law. Please help me with whatever I can. This one want to do marriage. This one want to do naming ceremony. This one want to do like this. Somebody told me these 2 days that he puts his phone off. So if you want to reach him, send him message. Anytime you on it and you see message, you read and then reply, put it off again. Because of the pressure. And if not for this pressure, I wonder what this society will look like. I agree with you. I wake up sometimes in the morning, I also think about my tomorrow. How will it be after this time? So don't see people like us who are talking, encouraging people to be somehow that it is better. No, I agree that the situation is really, really precarious in this country. There is no social security scheme. In some countries, once you get to a certain age, you will be getting social welfare. The unemployed are also taken care of in one way or the other. I know Bayelsa State, there was a time when during the Henry Seriaki Distance administration, even that of the Senator Doyedri's administration, some persons were being paid from above 60 years in our communities, 10,000 per month or 5,000 per month, things like that are being paid. But all this needs to be legislated upon so that it's not like when the Pharaoh who knows Moses is no more, the other one come and then they discard Joseph. Once it is legislated, any governor that comes, the policy is there. It's just to follow. It's a roadmap. So we need this in this society, even in this state, not only in this state, but in entire Nigeria, to lessen this burden.
We have a problem around this side of the world. We have laws, like you mentioned now, that it's just to legislate upon it, especially that allows for money to be sent or stipends to be sent
to welfare.
The elderly, social welfare to the elderly at the end of the month. the next government could just come, and while it's a law, they decide not to vote so much resources, decide not to put anything inside of the budget. There is the Center for Youth Development. I believe there's a Center for Women Development. Go to the budget, you might likely just see 20-30 million naira there, and that's like overhead, nothing more, nothing added. So youth development or women development has nothing.
I agree with you. That's why I say I do not support political party. I support individuals. Doidri is different from others. There was this pensioners not being paid here and there. Pensioners were going on protest and some were beaten. But immediately Doidri came in. As a different person, he started clearing the backlog of pensioners' benefits. So it is the individual, even though they were of the same party. Yes. So look at what OT is doing in Abia. There was somebody before him, and today the Abians are singing his praise. So it is the individual, whether the laws are obeyed or not. Once the right person comes, we will ensure that the law is straightened. Yes, so it's better. Law is there to control our activities, put us in line, because without law, we'll go back to jungle life.
Okay, we get back to Black Sand as we finalize our discourse this afternoon. It has consequences that are dire for us.
Yes.
Black sand mining, illegal black sand mining has consequences that are dire for us. And I had asked earlier if it is not possible that while the black sand mining is ongoing, we still have people who would just pay money and choose to subvert the due process and still put us in the quagmire that we are afraid not to get into now, much like we see in the mining of crude oil and all of those. I'd asked that, but I'd like for you to speak to us on the consequences, so those who are watching, those who are listening would know not to go into this. The consequences of black sand mining, it's erosion, you mentioned, would like to stretch on this. There is already climate change that's disturbing us and causing flooding and repeated, flooding and erosion. But just broaden it.
Yeah, people are rushing into mining different types of mineral all over the world. And in most places, what causes problem is the mineral resources they have. Congo is an example. A typical example is Congo. Congo is very rich in different types of minerals. And that's why they have conflict.
They're always fighting.
Seriously, fighting each other to control those resources. Now we are saying that the world is moving away from petrol, related energy. They want to go into the renewable. How do you stay in the renewable world? You need some of these minerals that they are looking for now to ensure that we have long-lasting battery for our phones, for our computers, and then even for the solar energy power that we are enjoying, the street lights, those solar panels. They also need some of these minerals, to empower them, to store the energy. And to get this, if you are not careful, you will endanger your environment, not only from physical conflicts, where you see armed struggle, but you also physically injure your environment, like talking about this radioactivity and other, turbidity that will be affecting the water around that area. So, just like you talk about the food we eat, you have proteinous, you have carbohydrate food, and then the different foods, they all have different minerals, vitamins, and all of that. That is how this black sand contains different, elements that are important to the world, to different industries. Now, it is a natural resource, and government needs to come in to ensure that it is, mined in an appropriate way that will not be harmful and will not cause contribution to those who are doing real fishing and farming. They need to be encouraged if they are injured. Or even sea pirates sometimes will attack them and take their fish and take their engine. So, government needs to bridge that gap to ensure that you encourage, productive fishing, responsible fishing, and also farming. We need to encourage farming too, because a lot of people have run away from even farming. They won't farm, they'll be in the community in the daytime, smoking, drinking. In the night, they will go to people's farm and harvest dozens of plantains that they did not sow. So we need to go back to the drawing board, encourage our people to take to some other means of livelihood, not only this quick one that As you load 100 bags, you get 100,000 naira. So you will be loading those bags with your shovel fast to get 100,000 naira a day. That's what they do in some of the areas. They load this black sand. Yes, fast money. Even fire, they say fast money. We should follow the natural way sometimes. This money we are pursuing. You will leave it and go. Let's live our natural life and breathe well, enjoy life rather than hurry. No, it's not good. We have lost quite a lot when you talk about living naturally. Everybody wants it now. No, it's not like that. So there is so much that needs to be done in going back to sensitize our people, talk to our people, not to always be showing films one kind. You are not telling the people that these people you are watching on Z World, their people are also working in the farms. They are working in the poultry, the piggery, and the different types of agriculture that they have in their environment. We should show those documentaries. We should encourage people that in the dignity of
if they do it now,
yes, they are going contrary to the law. Yes, of saying don't do it. It's illegal. Yeah. So I want to use this opportunity to call on our community leaders. If they have any doubt in terms of information, they should approach the Ministry of Information. The commissioner is there. The office of the Commissioner for Environment is also there, and others. The Trade and Industry Commissioner is also there. Go there and get your information. Ask the necessary questions that you need to ask, so that government will also understand your position, and then help government to arrive at certain decision that will be win-win for all.
I see a sense and reason in the government, deciding to do a ban on illegal black sand mining, but I fear that we might not have the wherewithal, or we might not know how to properly effect this ban and ensure that it is not done in the dark. For instance, in Nigeria, you're laughing, comrade, but in Nigeria, we struggle with the problem of crude oil theft.
Yes.
It only took the engagement of private security firms, Tantita and the one headed by Matthew Tonlaha, and that of the
Pipeline Infrastructure.
Yeah, Pipeline Infrastructure Limited. Yeah. There's the last one. So it's because we engaged them, we're seeing a reduction in crude oil theft and an upsurge in the barrels we produce per day. Would the state not need to engage firms of this nature that are properly equipped, to be able to effectively tackle? Because I think there is more money in this over the logging of wood, I like to think. So it's technological something, so there's more money in it. So maybe the government needs to take a stronger approach to this than just a normal task force.
If government engages community leadership effectively, if government engages the community leadership from the youth presidency to the paramount ruler or clan head, the monarchs, I think it will be effective. Sometimes it's not always law and order. We should also practice equal rights and justice, not just law. And so when we talk to ourselves, some people say big man talk to big man understand. When we talk to our people and give the real reasons why this shouldn't be for now, I think we will understand ourselves and we go back home and talk to ourselves. If you are still doing it, you are doing it on your own. As a stranger, we find you in our community, what do you come for is for this? No, please, it is not allowed within our territory. That is possible with proper synergy with our community leadership, not excluding the youth leadership. The youth leadership needs to be carried along, because when they understand, and also instead of you to engage some other task force, that money that you use in engaging those task force, give it to the community leadership to do their own monitoring. It will help, rather than getting people from other communities to go to other places to go and monitor. Before you know, there will be shootouts. There will be shootouts. Even this profile that private security people try to stop, right from the time of Dallon Security, led by David Lyon. There used to be shootouts. You are going to stop some people, before you know, you hear gunshots from the other side. That's why they also go with security people sometimes. You see, so monies meant for like you suggested, for sending up task force that may also disappoint us. Yes, some task force members can disappoint us.
Absolutely.
Gather the community people, know their challenges, give them some money to do the, if you see something, say something for us. I think that would be better.
Okay, yeah, you're right on that. I couldn't agree more too. But I don't know. I want to say we have a problem again. Our environment, our environment is one that is delicate, really delicate. We've had several campaigns over the years to ensure that we have a better environment. We don't throw things in waterways. They need to hear that one. No, plastic pollution affects us. It's cancerous. They need to hear that one. No, don't vandalize pipeline. You are doing it at your own detriment. They really concern our people. No. Like when you tell them that this thing you're doing causes a problem, in the immediate future, a year, 2 years, you're seeing the after effects of it. Climate change is here. We see the flooding is coming. It's coming. We see the effects of climate change. But you need to really enter, because if I still go to my street now, I see somebody who is throwing something on inside of the gutter. You still see. What's the message? How are we going to talk to these people for them to really understand that these things, including black sand mining now, it's a no-go, because it is like you killing yourself a stab at a time.
Yeah. I first started seeing this in Port Harcourt. Whenever it rains, not now, some years ago, you see people run into their houses, bring their refuge basket, dump into the gutter right in front of their house, and then as the thing is going, they are happy. Where is that thing going to? It's going, if at all it will get to the water side, it's going to the waterfront. And then the waterfront become derelicts. In those days when we are going to Okrika waterside, Nimbi waterside, and other places in Port Harcourt to swim, it was clean.
Then there were no much plastic.
There were no plastic, no waterproof cells. When
because
you buy
we didn't quite have a number of those products in the market there.
They use paper to wrap granite for you. But with this plastic explosion, everywhere can our waterside, you can no longer bath. So bad.
Can we get biodegradables to wrap products?
Yeah, in some countries they are working on it. Even here, this what is her name? I've forgotten. Winsong and others. Right now, people are hunting for plastics, the plastic bottles. Even sometimes when you organize program, by the time you are living there, even if it's a marriage party or whatever, you see children, people come and pick up they are struggling to get all the plastic bottles. That is our savior for now.
That's another business black sand miners can go into.
That is our savior for now, otherwise it would have been very, very bad. However, these takeaway packs from eateries and mama puts are using, these are the worst type of waste that you see in the gutters, in the drains, and plastics, cans. You hardly see those plastic bottles again, these water bottles and all of that, because people are hunting for them. Now, like you said, maybe the advocacy, the sensitization is not enough. Some people, they need it again and again for them to be embarrassed. You go to their neighborhoods with megaphone, and then be hollering. Make people know they throw away something for gutter again.
I feel like we did away with megaphones and town criers too early, because our people are still that kind of people.
Yes, we need those type of movements.
Sensitization.
For example, you can start gradually from one community to another around the state capital. Some people will take it to their village. And then you also think of how community people in their own communities will rightly dispose of these same materials. Because if you go to some of our communities that are becoming cosmopolitan, like Brass, Nembe, and Masoma, they are also becoming like this gradually. So how do they dispose of these materials? Experts need to teach them how to do it. Is it to bury? Is it for recycling? I think the Bayelsa state government under the current administration was also thinking about a recycling plant. And if we have that, the number of kilos you bring there, you get something from it. And that's a way of encouraging these people, school children, young
It
persons.
becomes a business. A lot of persons are looking to go into it. There won't be a problem of waste.
That is it.
They will be dragging for that waste. They'll be dragging for it. It will become a scarce resources that people are.
Then these people that are owning shop, unfortunately, the days we grew up is quite different from now. We grew up in an era whereby as you come out from your yard, there is enough space where children will play around before the road.
Okay.
People will come out, sit down in front of their yard and be seen looking at the environment. But today, every house facing the road is a store, an office, store. And you don't know strangers coming around. You just say they are customers. So within the neighborhood, sometimes you don't know who is a stranger anymore. That is also a security risk. Now, people who live within the front that has gutter, you see the gutter is clogged with solid waste. And you are waiting for government to come and clean it. Yet we have every last Saturday as sanitation day. No. You need to play roles expected of you, because better soup na money killer. You cannot just be talking, government never do this, government never do that. That's no one in front of your store, your barbing saloon, your boutique, your provision store. You've not been able to remove that. No. The bigger gutters, the bigger drains, leave them for government. And even those ones, if you are selling something, you have office within that area, and you are observed to be dumping something in that area, you'll be held responsible. And that is where government needs to take a lead. Because when I post some of these things, I hear people saying, what is the government doing? When government begins to take action, they will say whether we are in the military. But we all have roles to play to ensure that our environment has that aesthetics. When people come in, they say, that place is clean. No, you cannot compare that place to the other place, the other city, and all of that. So we should step up. We should think of us as people with integrity. The Igbo man are not better past us now in terms of what is under the skin. When I had the opportunity to travel with the governor to Bangkok for the United Nations summit on river deltas. Look at the hotel was just by a river now. I not see one single Kong where they passed there throughout this 1 week that we stayed, and they were enjoying the every evening from 6:30. You see different boats cruising. People are doing party on top, inside, cruising till daybreak, and some of their transporting of materials is through the river. I was staying about 18th floor or thereabout. I was just sometimes sleep. I wake up and look at the window, enjoying what is happening. So why is it that these Europeans, these Oyibo people, get that mentality than us? We need to scale up to say, no, we are not dirty. We are not like this. So that importance as a human being, we will give it to ourselves. Nobody will come and give it to us. I feel so sad that we are giving this type of image to ourselves that we like dirty. They say dirty not the kill Africa man. Now lie. We need to move past this stage and see such things as I saw. That is not good. I have also watched I was in Norway the other time, and in the night I woke up, I came to look at the window. I saw their refuge disposals. In the dead of the night, they are going from compound to compound and emptying and putting into their trucks. In the dead of the night. So during the day, you don't see any deaths anywhere. So now in Bayelsa State, we know what the refuge collection contractor is doing, and we have other private refuge collectors. Why can't we pay and enable these people that are doing the private collection to come to our stores, to come to our house and collect from time to time? You pay monthly.
Thank you, comrade.
Yeah.
Saru, you have to go now. I don't know if we've exhausted all you had in your mind when you came, but would like to give you room for your parting shots before we call the program.
Yeah, well, it's an opportunity to be here in the studio with you talking about environmental issues. I only want to use this very rare opportunity to reach out to government agencies. Government agencies ought to be working in synergy. But very recently, I heard of a government department going to somewhere to question people who are selling expired products, minerals and some other things.
Yeah, I saw that story. People
Yes.
from the Ministry of
And
Environment.
before you know, another agency of government,
reportedly the Sanitation Authority,
went and attacked the one from the ministry when they are supposed to work in synergy. Highest thing, you come there and say, oh, is it you people? Okay, we thought it were some talks or some miscreants. You just walk away. Government cannot be antagonistic to itself. Like I am now, even though I have toothache, I don't have to box my mouth. So government cannot be antagonistic to itself. Agencies need to work in synergy towards same goal. So that is the last, the parting shot that I felt I should give. And then for black sand miners, I understand with you, I empathize with you. But for now, I think government is doing the needful to ensure that the window is open at the appropriate time to enable investors and those who are to work in such industry or sector to do it legally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Alagwo Maurice. And this is where the curtain falls on the program. Sadly, is the size of our package. Until the next edition of Chat with Naija Live TV, I'm Henry Hamwifla. Bye-bye.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bielsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board, EDTF. From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
Thank you plenty for joining us on Chat with Naija Live Television. My name is Henry Hamwifla. I have Israel with me. And today we're discussing something important for us as a society. We're discussing peace in Bielsa State. We're joined by the leader of an organization that seeks to entrench this, that seeks to midwife ways at which we can have sustainable peace in Bielsa State. Now, not just peace, but sustainable peace in Bielsa State with a focus on the Bielsa State peace architecture. We're joined on this edition by Dr. Priye and Nabaraton. It's good to have you join us, please. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a long time thank God that I finally...
Okay, that's
but once
clearly...
again, thank you, Bielsa, for this opportunity. I'm very grateful. I hope we have a good say.
Absolutely. Bielsa State Peace Architecture. You want to scale this for us? What's your mandate like? Is it you're a new organization? Have you been existing for a while? Would you want to talk to us about that, please?
Well, the Bielsa State Peace Architecture is a coalition of interested persons that are interested in peace building in Bielsa. Before now, we have different approaches towards peace building. That the police will do their own, civil society organizations will do their own, individuals that are interested in peace will intervene. And this project brings on board every interested persons, using the community leaders, using the local government leaders to the states. And the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture is made up from all these persons, this coalition of persons coming together. We have the NDLA, civil society group, the police, the military when intervention arises, and every youth organization, everybody that is interested in peace building. So I think that is key. One of our achievements that we have been able to put this person. So when we are talking about SPA, otherwise called the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, it's not hidden, it is not far-fetched, it is interested persons that have been involved in peace building. And we thank God for what the European Union did. Before now, we were operating on our own. It was put together by the European Union in 2023. And the project was meant to cover rivers and also Bayelsa and Delta. The reason for it was because conflict in this Niger Delta, if it affects Delta, it also affects Bayelsa. If it affects Bayelsa, it also affects the river. So to look at an holistic form to see how we can solve the issues around conflict. So the key players that have been involved over time, we decided to come together to get these lessons from the state and move towards the Niger Delta region. So that is where we are, that we have the state peace architecture.
Okay, you have the police, you have the NDLEA, and
other
security agencies
and non-security actors.
As part of your
even
organization.
Traditional rulers.
So,
even state governments.
So what is it like in your meeting? What do you do particularly at SPA?
Okay, well, the state peace architecture is interested in non-kinetic approach towards peace building. So we do mediation, we do prevention, we do dialogue, we do community engagement. And these tenets are what makes up the principles guiding the state peace architecture. Over the years, you see that as little as a conflict between husband and wife, if you don't nib it on the board, you will be surprised about how that conflict will escalate. Maybe a husband kills a wife. You are looking at it as marital conflict, but it is not. The next person will say, this one is from my community. You kill my community woman. So before you know, community fight and community fight. Before you know, the soldiers will be called to go and quell the situation. Before you know, National Defense Council will sit on that little as husband and wife fight. So we are looking at best ways of preventing such conflict. As little as youth president conflict, that two persons are fighting to be youth president in that little community. If you don't nib it on the board, you will see it escalate to cult group fighting. As little as that drug is being sold in the community that triggers conflict and all that. What do we do to curb such stress? So over the years, the SPA Bayelsa State has been able to champion this cause. So we have been able to look at the early drivers of conflict and also see how we can prevent them. So these are what the SPA has been doing. I receive calls, up to 10 calls every day. We have a tracking system, otherwise called the early warning and early response system, that is laid across all the local government. If there is any conflict, for instance, as I'm here, I can tell you the trend of conflict. Let me start from the Ogbembiri issue. From the Ogbembiri issue, we have the purported bandit issue in Polako, that they said bandits are taking over Polako, Bahrain axis, that people run and all that. Immediately those information came, we analyzed it and we resolved that it was false from our dashboard and all that. So I was the one that called the commissioner of police to send him a message that, look, this is what is happening there. And he moved in immediately with his intelligence and all that. So there are a lot of things that the SPA do. We do them over time on the ground. We don't speak out. We don't do all that. But there is a need for us to also sensitize members of the public on embracing sustainable peace. No doubt, due to our activities over the years, you see that Bayelsa is being described as the most peaceful state. I can give you the indices from the National Bureau of Statistics. Now, National Bureau of Statistics cannot tell you that you are the most peaceful. They work with indices. First, the security of lives and property. What is the record? Can you compare it to Delta that has pipeline surveillance issues that are going on, that has delimitation issues that are... I'm just giving you a clear example. That's Delta. Can you compare it to River State that has a governor and the other one, Yendeba crisis in River State? So if you look at this, I'm talking about the Niger Delta, just the Niger Delta. You're talking about the Ondo State crisis of conflict for resource mobilization. So if you look at all these indices, you see that Bayelsa is having the list of crime, kidnapping, you see drugs, you see this, you see that, all the indices. When, as an individual, are you safe to come out in the night by 12 o'clock? If you ask me, yes.
So, these things you've mentioned, that is a function of SPA's relentless effort. So, it's in fact what the governor was. I'm asking a question actually. I'm not taking a stance. I'm asking if they are a function of SPA's relentless effort, or if they are rather because of the governor's disposition, to matters of conflict and the way he typically would go in to resolve them, and some of the mechanisms he has set in place. Is he this power? Does he have his input?
Well, the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, like I said, is made up of even government officials. We don't operate alone. We have done the coalition to the point that Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Community Development, we have SAG's office, we have different strata cutting across all boards that are interested in the peace building process. So I cannot say that we are categorically sponsored by the state government. No, we are not. We are individuals that are interested in peace, driven by commitment and passion to change the narrative. Henry, I tell you clearly that rather than for us to continue complaining, we need to take our destiny in our hands. We need to take our peace destiny in our hands. And that is the effort that we are seeing today.
Let's go deeper. Yeah. Right? We're talking about sustainable development.
Sustainable peace.
Sustainable peace.
Yeah.
Are we currently on the precipice of trying to achieve that? Could we say so? What is the winning strategy of, for instance, the governor of Bayelsa State that's, sustaining peace? What is the strategy you think he's been implementing that's making for we to have peace?
Okay, well, first, I'm not a government spokesman, so that
just an analysis.
Because
you're a stakeholder in the peace building.
That assignment, I will answer it, but I will compare it to that of River State, for instance. So you asked me.
No, I'm not talking about relatively peaceful now. I'm only saying I'm a state that is relatively peaceful. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what the governor is doing, that you think that it's the winning strategy for security. So maybe the next governor would also know that that's something I want to do.
Yeah, okay. So first thing, we know that Bayelsa needs development. And the best way for you to tackle security and peace is by providing development. Any government that lacks that, you are already on the pathway of insecurity. I don't think that development that is happening in Bayelsa happens in states like Iraq, states like Afghanistan. I don't think, because it's presumably trouble zone. So immediately you carry cement and want to do something, your enemy will come and strike and scatter it. So if you are on the trajectory of building sustainable peace, you must think about development. And development comes with economic power. Without economic power, whatever you do is only a man that has fed himself that can think of resolving himself out from conflict. Conflict itself is from different strata, and if you don't look at the economic well-being of the people, it becomes a problem.
You mentioned development,
development,
and
economic and social status and disposition of the governor. You can see there are a lot of issues that ordinarily person will pick up and say, go knock them, go show them shege, go down. sometimes we wonder on those things.
If we want to discuss security and insecurity, what are the things that are likely to cause insecurity in Bayelsa? Some would mention militancy, right? Others would mention bunkering.
Let me mention those things.
Okay, militancy, bunkering. You mention now.
Bayelsa, we have grown beyond the issues about causes of conflict. You know why? Conflict arises every day.
No, beyond conflict, insecurity.
Yeah, insecurity. You look at issues around resource mobilization and distribution.
Resource control?
Yes, resource control. Not the general resource, 13%. Among two brothers, there is resource control struggle.
Okay. Yeah.
You look at, that is where the issues about Tantita, security management, who does this, who does that.
That's where you mentioned the Delta State crisis.
So you see, among two brothers, there is resource control struggle.
As it applies to Bayelsa.
Yes, I'm bringing it down so that we can apply it. Now again, the issues around environmental justice is a problem that I was ordinarily a farmer and I cannot go to my river, to my farmland to fish, to do this, to do that. You are depriving me of my, so I will respond. And if I respond, if you push me to the wall, you can't come and dictate the form in which I will come back. So I can come back with AK-47 to tell you. I can come back with dynamite to tell the river that I need to test it, since I know that you pass. So if you tackle that issue about environmental justice and the realities of the environment, you have tackled a lot about it. Another driver of insecurity that we can look at clearly is issues around social vices. When we say social vices, as small as drugs, there are a lot of issues. Somebody can just take a little drug, tramadol, and you will see that reaction above board. And the result will be him carrying machete to stab somebody, him planning it. And if you look at this drug issue, you want to sponsor that lifestyle. Let's kidnap a judge. Let's kidnap. I'm telling you this so that you are seeing this when I'm telling. If I'm talking with fact and data. The drivers of this issue, you see them, the end point, being involved in crime. So if you curb the issues around social environment, the issues around social justice and equity, if you curb the issues around environmental justice, if you provide a base, a financial base, a revolving financial base, you will see that somebody that has something to do and something, all those trends. So by the time you do all that, you are rather looking at the drivers of insecurity. So for me, over time, I like using the subject, looking at the solution to solve the problem. So
from what you've mentioned now, you still did not add including militancy and not active militancy, but
era has passed.
Militancy era has passed, but we are not removing from the equation that there are people who many believe are active, in gun carrying.
No, gun carrying is not militancy.
And when I say gun carrying, we're not talking about the basic gun carrying, like the type you'd see they used to go for basic armed robbery. No, that's not the gun carrying.
That's not militancy.
We're talking about people who are heavily armed and who are situated in communities, people who they believe that they are the ones who would largely sometimes determine the electoral outcome in their domains. I'm going somewhere with this. Militancy is there. You mentioned drug abuse. Now, drug abuse is not something that we've eradicated. I mean, if you ask some persons, they might not tell you that they have seen any visible thing that the governor is doing. Maybe you tell us what your organization is doing in the aspect of drug abuse. And also, you talked about resource allocation and distribution. And I like to think that's around community crisis. That's what causes community crisis. And we've seen a number of them lately. Are there certain things that your organization or you have seen the government they are doing around resolving, or before it even happens, before such allocation disputes happen, people settle it amicably? I mean,
okay, clearly we as the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, I make bold to say we have intervened in 1,321 cases in a period of 30 months from the inception of this project. Now, some of our cases that we have handled, for instance, you said I should make references to it. Issues around the Barai Ayakiri issue is a community chieftaincy recognition issue that the king refused to recognize a particular community that had court judgment to be recognized as a community in Barai. And it got to a point where this community wanted to cause roadblock, to go and destroy, make protests to higher facilities, and all that before we were informed about it. We intervened. We called both parties around and we discussed. And we informed them on the need to use dialogue as a tool. What is your problem? What is your challenge? And it turned out to be an ego field. So eventually that was resolved. But beyond that, there are a lot of challenges. As we speak now, we are tracking the Ogbembiri issue. We are tracking the Ogbembiri issue that has led to a chief to be in a questionable character that the state government has said, step aside, let's see, let's do investigation. All those issues. We have issues in Otosega. We have chieftaincy issues, communal dispute, information. So one of the things that has aided all this is information sharing that we got from our early warning and early response mechanism. Like I said, it is spreading across all the communities. In every community, we have those that shares those information to us discreetly. We have a platform that you can report your rising trend of conflict that we can also handle. Now,
okay, there's a platform like that?
Yes.
WhatsApp?
Yes. No, not on WhatsApp. It's a tracker. Bayelsa State Conflict Tracker. So if you have that challenge in your area that you notice, you report. We have trained over 500 persons.
Is that through a link? I'm just trying to get, so people who will watch this will be...
You can't join the link just like that. You must be trained. You know why? So that we can also regulate false information.
Okay.
That was why when the Polak incident happened, that they will tell you that look, this incident is happening but it's false. But however, we need to monitor it.
The platform is people who are your members. They are the ones on the platform.
Yes.
They are the ones who could share information to you.
Yes.
So your network cuts across
all the
local government areas.
Yes, it does.
Is it beyond Bayelsa State? You had mentioned that.
No. Now in Bayelsa, we have the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture is also working with PIN Foundation. PIN Foundation is interested in peace in the Naija Delta. So there are circumstances and issues that are beyond Bayelsa. But again, you need to monitor it closely. But whatever happens in Delta, before you go to confront that, before you know, you see everybody, those that are perpetrating crime moving to Bayelsa. You see them from Bayelsa moving to River. So the trackers help us to track all those issues. So over the years, we have been able to resolve a lot of community crises, a lot of chieftaincy tussle, a lot of village setting crises, resource mobilization, resource control crisis within the community, security rising to insecurity. Rather than for military to intervene, we intervene to solve a lot of problems. And we advocate for the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, ADR mechanism. That has aided us to also solve a lot of problems. For the purpose of the media and all that, we can't come out to say this one, but most of them are still peace building process. In peace building, you cannot come and give out your decisions outside, because by the time you do that, you don't know where the trigger is coming from. It can be reignited and it causes more problems for you. So we have done this so far to this point, sir.
Okay.
From what I'm getting from you, I want to believe that you get people from the host communities and you train them.
Yeah.
Such that they can use that
the early warning
platform. Where do you source your way to motivate these people? Because they would need some kind of motivation, especially to track these things as they happen, before they happen. From what you're saying, I'm getting it that you're a bit more proactive than the standard now. How do you motivate your people? Where do you get your finance to motivate them?
Okay, like I said before now, I was also dragged into the system like every other person because I'm interested in peace building. We were sponsored by the European Union, anchored by a program, curbing criminality and crime in the Niger Delta. And Search for Common Ground as a team was able to bring all of us together. We have Search for Common Ground, we have the PIN, and we have SDN as stakeholders. So in these various communities that they deploy these persons, people that are interested in peace building, there are people naturally, this problem, I really want to solve it. How can we continue to do?
So the European Union funds you?
Yes, they funded, but where I'm going is that funding stopped in April 2026.
Okay.
Yes, this year, that funding has stopped. But before they left, just like the coming of the Holy Spirit and God has said, before I go, I leave my Holy Spirit with. So the Holy Spirit with us has been those persons that are on ground that have been trained severally.
Okay.
So those persons have been, they are still working with us. You don't need funding again. They have already been trained on peace building. They have already been trained on mediation. They have already been trained on intervention. And again, we also have the traditional rulers, the youth president, CDCs, cutting across all these local governments. So if we have a conflict in a particular place, we can quickly call the persons involved and say, look, this is our challenge. This is the report we are getting from the grassroots. What we do is every conflict emanates from a community, true or false. You can map it out to a community. So if the community has their method to solve that problem, it's better that you encourage them before they take arm and other things to solve that problem. So what we do is we encourage community-based peace process.
Okay, well, Dr. Enebratompoye, you clearly have stated that you have a funding challenge.
Yeah.
Given that the European Union has stopped funding you, are you making plans to get another active partner who's funding your organization? Because you mentioned that people who are trained would not need money, but I like to think that they would need money as well. If they don't need money, more trainings you would do because you need more hands on deck, right? They would typically need money. So are you making such plans? Have you approached the government of Bayelsa State? You're operating within Bayelsa State. The peace that you are engendering is something the government also enjoys. Beyond the government, the Niger Delta Development Commission, the peace you're engendering also, they enjoy it, right? So are you making plans to reach out to these organizations?
Okay, first, in April 2026 this year, the Bayelsa State SPA was adjourned as the best in Nigeria by the European Union and Search for Common Ground and other funders.
So they didn't live on the grounds that, on the basis that they had grouses or issues.
No.
They left because they did not have funds to.
No. Not every project has a timeline.
Okay.
So
it was
we are not. Yes, it was on that basis, but we are also optimistic that they will also still come back.
So, but they think that the project is ended, but you are continuing with it.
No, they do not think the project has ended. The setting up of the project was for it to last. That the end point will be community leaders championing the peace process.
Okay.
So it wasn't built on a.
So it's no longer a project now.
Yes, it's not. It wasn't built on a European Union funded kind of that will stay for a long time. The independence has to continue. That the ownership need to be local because we are talking about peace. Then how can you fund something from foreign? Now let me quickly clear you on this that before the European Union left, the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture has drafted a 21-page bill titled the Bayelsa State Community Peace Bill. That bill is ready and you see that you see the bill.
bill for law for establishment
is 21 pages.
Community Peace Commission.
And it was a coalition of senior peace stakeholders led by a former senator, Senator Nimi Baria Amange, that have put up this. If you go to the last page, you will see the names there. They are not mean names in peace building in Bayelsa.
Okay.
So this bill was presented to the deputy governor formally, that we want a situation whereby we build bridges for sustainable peace in Bayelsa. So if we want to build a sustainable peace process, we need to institutionalize the peace process in Bayelsa. And the Bayelsa State Community Peace Commission will step in from where the European Union, Search for Common Ground and other funders have stopped. So they are stepping in. But before that time, we have also moved ahead to domicile this whole structure with the Ministry of Community Development. We have a running office in that ministry now. The ministry has furnished. The ministry has furnished the office. We have an office complex that we use to track this company. So the Bayelsa State buy-in is already there. That we have the Ministry of Community Development anchoring this peace process, because there is no development without peace. So we are looking forward to a point where the state government will call partners together, will also formally present this bill to the House to commence the bill process. But for now that has not been done, we are working with the Ministry of Community Development to anchor this entire process. So for us, we are on a good state. Recently, we also visited the local content, Nigeria Content Development Act, and they also reiterated their support for this, because they look at our trajectory, what we have been doing over time, and also the projection of peace in Niger Delta, using Bayelsa as a springboard. So they are also in support of it. We intend to also meet the NDDC, Tantita, and other organizations that we look at that we can partner in terms of sustainable peace building. And if these persons come, it's our hope that Bayelsa will be better off from it.
One of the major challenges we have of insecurity would be that revolves around courtism and being we've mentioned drug already. We've not tackled courtism. Being one who chairs the Bayelsa State.
Not secretary.
You're the secretary
yes.
of the organization,
yes.
Bayelsa State Peace Architecture.
Yeah.
Okay. But being one who is one of the leaders of the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, you also must know that courtism is a problem. And it seems as though we are not tackling it as we ought to tackle it. It feels as though it's a problem that festers on. Recently we had stories of Curtis who was arrested and he was handed over to the police, reprimanded by the Bayelsa State security volunteers, but handed over to the police. But there was this concern people have that even after he's been handed over to the police, you see him back into the society. Like they cannot follow through on the prosecution and remand this person, even while there is good evidence that he's robbed many persons and also he was caught with a gun. How are we going to navigate past this? How are we going to ensure? How is the organization, going to navigate around this to ensure that those who have been caught for breaking the law and causing unrest, they are behind bars? They are put behind bars.
Well, you know that is a security issue. Yeah. My focus over time has been on peace building. So I'll use the peace as a...
you build peace without security?
No. I'll use the peace as a yardstick to now solve that problem. Now, we also visited the Chief Judge of Bayelsa State, I think 2 weeks ago. 1 week, last week. We visited the Chief Judge to say, these are the indices we have been tracking. For instance, the issue that you raised, that people will commit crime and also be returned back to the streets. The basic thing is that Nigeria is rule governed. It is governed by a law. The law says you can't arrest person over and detain the person more than 24 hours, except otherwise there are certain exemption issues around arson, when the person has possession of firearms, all that. So the exemption are there. And if the person is committed towards bail, that court has granted that they should bail the person, nobody, you can't hold the person.
I get this impulse from what you're saying. I get this vibe that you are more into peace than the lack of justice that causes the lack of peace.
Okay. No.
Because sometimes, to a great extent, you can only have peace when the justice system is not totally broken. The example he just provided for you is that shows that no matter how you make peace here, without justice, the peace will just be it's not really anything. So what is your commitment to the justice end of the fact that peace will not happen without that process, without justice?
Okay, clearly, one, we need to also look at our laws. Most of our laws are not intended with the reality. So I was part of those that championed the ACJ law, domesticating the ACJ laws in Naija. I was part of those that was involved in the VAB law. I was part of those that was involved in the gender response GRIT that led to GRIT, the child rights law. I was part of. So all these trends also support my background in peace building. Because if you see our laws, there is a need for us to look critically on our laws. They are not totally in tandem with the realities and the operations. Remember, it was only recently that the court granted that you can admit evidence through your gadgets, through your phones. Before now, it wasn't that. And the criminal justice system doesn't recognize all those things before now. But it was the ACJN law that brought all that opening doors. And so we as peace interested people that are interested in peace, it's not that we are also not looking at. But going forward, the laws is the first thing. What do we do differently to strengthen our laws? We are also looking at educating members of the public, especially the traditional rulers, chiefs, and all that. Let's see how we can go back to our means of resolving conflict, because that is the only way out for insecurity. Because if you recall, when somebody commits a crime of murder, they will tell the family to provide 3 persons, most preferably virgins, so that Henry maybe can marry one of that time. And say, bring 3 virgins for us for who you are. So if there is a problem, it is not your problem. The whole family go gather and say, oh boy, this is where they do. When you do until when it happen, not be my pikin go come carry you. So all that community processes of guiding individual work. But today we are seeing that completely eroded. That if something happens, we will now arrest the person and take the person to the court and tell the judge to pronounce judgment. And so we need to go back to those traditional methods of solving our conflict. We have our own model of solving conflict. Like I always say, the prison was not built for us. The prison was not built for us. We have situations on those days that if you do something, they will sentence you to the bad bush. And whatever happens to you there, maybe lions are there, different. If you survive it, you survive it. And so our traditional values, our laws need to also be reject for us to see the present. So I think for us, we also do campaigns towards that direction. I understand your point that there is no way that we can preach peace without looking at the factor of insecurity. We cannot preach peace without looking at the drivers of
because behind lack of peace, usually there are perpetrators. And if there's no persecution for perpetrators, the peace is useless. So usually peace bodies like this tend to want to cause peace with the absence of the actions and persecution for the perpetrators. So.
No, our own is different. I make bold to tell you, you know of the Yenizwe camp. I think they call it Afghanistan. in Israel, the place that the
Barak.
No, the Hausa men were staying.
Oh.
That place was a drug center, and we were part of those that provided credible intelligence for the state governments to move in to crack that place. And now I make bold to tell you, our investigation is also revealing that they have crossed to the other side.
To which other side, please?
Outside the river.
Okay, across the river now.
Across the river now. There is syndicates that are operating. I'm just telling you because of to tell you.
Yeah, it's the media, so it's
what we do.
Let's talk about security some more and talk about policing even. There are currently efforts to bring about state policing across Nigeria, and well, the bill is currently ongoing. It's really supported by the executive too. But there are fears from people that the state police will make for governors to abuse the powers that they will be given or granted. You clearly don't favor this argument. Do you not fear that there will be abuse of power, that the governors might use this as a means
and
to
I think this will resonate
fight the opposition?
This will resonate to you. We have fact-sharing money every month, and it goes to the coffers of the government, headed by the state government. Is there any time that we are afraid that because the governor spend the money, that fact should suspend the money? It is not. It is not. So our view over the time is that state police, of course, is a challenge towards peace building. By that I mean there are issues of personal interest that will arise. It's natural. But how well are we going to navigate towards it and sustain it? There are rules that the state police need to play. You cannot tell police that is 74 local governments. You will take 74,000 police to police 774 local governments. So if you do the estimate, we have less than one police to a community. It will not work. You can do the estimate.
Well, the reason we have the shortage is because there is paucity of funds, and the federal government are rather committing funds to other areas. And the federal government shares these funds through fact to the states.
Yeah.
And the states also don't have enough funds, but also might have quite considerable amount of advantage, better choice of word, to compare with other states that don't quite receive a lot at the end of the month. But even with Bayelsa State, there is also a challenge of funds and where to place these funds. Do you see us in Bayelsa State recruiting more police officers?
No, already. I think, and I thank the vision of the government. The Bayelsa State volunteer was already in place before now.
Bayelsa State volunteer, are they not even understaffed?
No, they are.
They're understaffed?
They are. Clearly
Severely understaffed?
Yes, we are. We also have the Bayelsa State vigilante
understaffed.
that has moved towards the Bayelsa State Community Safety Corps.
All?
Yes, that so,
incorporated.
So, if you look at this, I think they have over 1,000 staff that was employed that time that they were incorporated.
During the Bayelsa State Safety Corps?
Yes,
right.
Safety Corps employment. They have over 1,000. The governor was supposed to employ 3,000, cutting across all the communities. But I think that was delayed a little to see that the Bayelsa State, the state police team is doing. But what I'm saying in essence is all this effort, we are already on ground. And it is our belief that if the state police comes on stream, they will do employment, they will do engagements, they will do stakeholders mapping. And with all that, you will see people, our youth, joining the security force. It is clear because ordinarily now, Dr. Priye, I'm not receiving salary for security, but am I not working? I'm not receiving.
So you're
salary.
passionate about.
Yes, I'm not receiving salary, but I'm working.
The IG
Yes.
answers to the president because the president places the IG. He determines who's going to be IG.
Yes.
And with state policing, the governor will have to determine who's going to be.
Not
the,
totally.
Not totally, though, but.
No, totally.
Not totally.
No, totally.
The way it is organized, to the best of my knowledge as I speak, is that the Police Service Commission will be the ones doing
Not
the
Police Service Commission.
nomination.
They are going to create Police Service Commission in the states. They are going to create State Police Service Commission, not federal.
So they are still gray areas
to do the nomination.
Yes.
While the assembly.
Governor will ratify finally. That is how. So the way that you have Police Service Commission in the federal, that is how you are going to have that in the states.
Okay. Because this was an argument.
No. That's how you are going to have that in the state. I have seen the proposals. I have studied it. Because when the president did that, he passed it to the National Assembly. You remember the House of Reps has ratified it, saying we are okay with it. Let's move it to the Senate. So it is at that stage. So I have studied that document. The way we have the federal police service, that is what we have in the state. So it is still the governor.
So police effectively leaves the exclusive list.
No. It's still the governor. But I make good to tell you, we have the Commissioner for Finance nominated by the government. Is it that he's not doing his work as expected? He's still doing the job.
These examples you're giving are examples that they are doing the work for the development and for the regime. Now, the police is not supposed to serve the regime.
Okay.
It's serving the people.
Okay.
And when you are serving the people and you are picked by the regime, there's still this place where you have to serve the regime, and that's not the work of the police. And it makes the police very easy to let me give you an example. Now, the governor, for instance, is in APC. That's not an instance. In APC now, and because he controls the police at that time, he will control the police at that time. It's easy to say, withdraw police from the other party. Don't do this, don't do that, because the police answers to the state now. So using the police as a weapon for the regime is easier now, if we agree. How do we fight against that situation?
Okay, first, the state police law has not come. By that I mean it has not been domesticated. So if that law comes, these are the fears that we are going to.
That are real fears.
Yes, these are real fears that we are going to look at. It is not because a man you loses your semen that you will not give birth to a bouncing baby. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not because you will lose your semen that you will not give birth to a baby boy. You will lose it, and the child will also grow. As he's growing, you will see the different stages. You will see what to do. So for me, that, like I always say, let's look at the law first. Let the law come back to the states, and we'll see how we can domesticate it. We'll see how we can raise our voices towards it. And it is only that, and I know that the governor is a listening governor, that if we raise our voice, it's not for us to be on the fence. We are going to tell him clearly, look, these are things, especially in the process of recruiting, especially in the process of who leads the organization. Can that person track record be explored? Can we unveil these are the things that we also, for me, I think when we get there, I think it will be better off.
Okay. Let's wrap up with you talking to us concerning the things you're doing to discourage these vices, the cultism and the drug abuse. What programs do you have in place?
Clearly, by January 2026 this year, between June, July last year to January, we decided to tour all universities across France. Our message was simple: to look at the drivers of conflicts. There are a lot of security details, information that we have that this person said, I was high. Yeah. They arrest you, say you were high. Okay. But now that you are low, bring the person that did this. You say, you start crying. What do we do for them? You on drugs, you went to stab this person. And now, check your eye, doctor. So beyond looking at those issues, we decided to take a campaign towards all tertiary institutions. And I make good to tell you, and I'm reporting it back to you. When we went to NDA, It was part of our campaign on drugs that led to the arrests of a man in Amasuma that NDLA arrested the highest drug peddler in that community. So on record, you can Google and you will see the highest drug peddler in NDLA. Within that period of that campaign, we laid intelligence, we laid surveillance, and we were able to do that. So our message is simple. Beginning from the tertiary institution, before you bring a student to the school, please test him on drugs. Before he graduates, you test him on drugs. So that within the period of him being in the university, if maybe peer group pressure and all that and you suspect, you take the child back to the testing point to test him before he can. So when you are graduating from school, you have a same graduate. We have a lot.
Since
we
you're
have
testing
things that are happening in our university and tertiary institution. You cannot document them. We have a lot. So let's begin from having a same graduate. And we took that campaign to various schools. NDU, I told you about the arrest. In Federal University of Tweke, they have decided to make a law that before you enter the university, you will be tested. And before you graduate from the school, you also be tested on drug. As you are defending your project, you are doing your final clear, you also get tested.
You say these are as what they confirmed to you, that they decide to have that law?
No, the Senate, they have sat on that. I'm not in that university, I don't know but the update is that they are to give a take-off point that, okay, from this intake, we are going to, but we did that advocacy, and the school brought it into the vision. So we have visited schools like that to discourage drug peddling and drug. That is on drugs. On cultism, we see a situation whereby issues around cultism is a problem in Bayelsa. We see it getting rise every day. And we are thinking of going back to visit the laws on cultism. In Delta, for instance, in Edo, for instance, you see the issues about debt. That if any person is found wanting in cultism, in kidnapping, you are sentenced to death.
Governor Kwebolo is troubling.
Yeah, Dr. Kwebolo has Governor Kwebolo has stated. So we think of how we can reject some of those our laws, so that we can have not severe punishment, but what do we do differently to discourage that? Is advocacy. So we are using the grassroots to top approach to see how we can. I made bold to tell you that a lot of issues we have discouraged those calls. That when somebody is arrested as a result of cultism, they will call the governor and say, my child, your child. So what about the other person's child that was killed? What about the other person? So even those in the positions in government, we have taken that campaign to the SA poll and other key players on anything that has to do with insecurity. Please, there are limitations to it, because today it can be your time, tomorrow it can be your next. So we have been doing those campaigns.
We would like to thank you so much, Dr. Poye, for coming in and having this discuss with us today. Before we go, you've really spoken a lot. We had thought maybe we'll leave you, and so you have a breather a little bit. Would you want to give your message to Bayelsans, to youth, to people who could help engender the peace initiative and the peace campaign you're carrying across Bayelsa State?
Okay, first, following the EU and Search for Common Ground model, we identify that peace, anyhow you talk, my brother, now person where you don't believe food, you talk peace. Not be when hungry the cash person. Now you go come talk say make we dey peaceful. It doesn't work that way. We must identify the drivers of poverty. Poverty is a basic problem. And for me, from the indices we are having, every day is even getting worse. So how do we solve this problem? The Bayelsa State Peace Architecture over time recommended that let's look at holistic means to solve this problem over time. And we have also done some community projects across Bayelsa in 16 communities. Some communities, cassava processing plant furnished, and things are going on like that. Some communities decided that they want to train their individuals, their youth on skill acquisitions, different ways. So over 1.5 billion was expended for that purpose. But let me come back to the nitty-gritty that we should not look at peace in isolation. Peace is a responsibility of all of us. Not just saying it, we should act peace. Why we are acting peace, I make bold to tell you again. We have budget for insecurity, is it not? Security votes, that's what it's called. We have budget for education. We have budget for development, community infrastructure. We have budget for health. Where is the peace budget? So
it's not part of security. It's not part of security.
No. It means that we are promoting these restings and neglecting the peace. So if a community is peaceful, if a community doesn't do violence, it means that you don't have a plan for them. What do you do to sustain peace in those communities? So you have to have a peace budget and peace fund. And that is why the Bayelsa State Community Peace Commission, we are advocating for it to be established. It will cater for all this and also to address these issues across board.
Thank you so much, Dr. Enebraton Priye. You've really you've spoken a lot of wisdom too. I like to add that. Thank you for coming in on Chat with Naija Live TV. Dr. Enebraton Priye is the secretary of another organization that's fronting peace in Bayelsa State. They call themselves the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture. He is the secretary and coordinator of this very organization, and he's also the vice chairman of the Nigeria Union of Journalists, just to add that little bit there. Thank you again for coming in.
Thank you very much.
To discuss with us. My name is Henry Ahami. We'll now have had Israel with me on the program. Thank you. On the next one, bye-bye.
Oh wow. Action for peace.
Thank you.
The countdown is over. The stage is set for the Odio Goribaoge International Festival 2026. From Sundays 26 July to Sunday 2nd August, the ancient kingdom of Odi in Bayelsa State invites the world to a week-long celebration of culture, heritage, unity, and entertainment. Come and experience spectacular cultural processions, traditional dances, canoe races, masquerade displays, wrestling contests, football tournaments, boat cruises, beauty pageant, music concert, local delicacies, the world-famous Odi Beach Carnival, and many more exciting attractions featuring celebrities and world-rated artists. Whether you are a son or daughter of Odi, a friend of the kingdom, a tourist, or a lover of African culture, this is your invitation to be part of history. Join us as we celebrate our identity, honor our ancestors, showcase our rich cultural heritage, and promote the unity and progress of Odi Kingdom. Come and enjoy the traditional Odi hospitality. Odio Goribaoge International Festival 2026, celebrating our heritage, inspiring our future, and building sustainable communities. Date Sunday 26 July to Sunday 2nd August 2026. Venue Odi Kingdom, Kolokma Pokma Local Government Area, Bayelsa State. Don't just hear about it, be there. Professor Epikised Stanley Odisi, Chairman Planning Committee Odio Goribaoge International Festival 2026. Daubara Johnson Bolo, Secretary Planning Committee Odio Goribaoge International